Coming down. Coming down.
Yes, it's not dry enough for
Who's the head that I'm looking for? You know? I forgot his name. Oh, it is.
What's the
Okay.
day to find them? I'm here only to have. Better? How's your feet, so to speak? This is the chief judge of the finish. I work for her. Everyone works for Elaine today this morning. That's where I'm from. 2012. Elaine's been there a couple times. I've been there. We can all. You were there this year? Wow. Wow. All right. We'll give this back. Better? Heavy, yeah. How's your multi going to work out? flag up.
Yeah.
The electrodes are underneath.
Okay.
Not glamorous. It's Vegas in here. No swirls, no NASCAR, nothing like just simple, dude. No flags.
Well, what I usually have to tell the young ladies is when the music starts, don't bounce the flag. Because, you know, all of a sudden it goes like this, and everybody, oh, it's supposed to.
It would really help if you didn't move the flag.
It was giving all those messages to you. Truly, all through skin, there's no mark. And then the person south of the one. Yeah. So you can do it any way you want to. I mean, if it weren't that Murphy's following along with my school.
All about you.
I did too. So you had one person, you had two people here, got one person here, and one person here. Right, Tom? Looking up for him. Yeah. Arp! 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 I'm going to start this one. Arp! 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 Arp!
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're on. You're barking. Sorry. I thought I heard a vibration. Sorry, I just worked on move one grade. I'm here for 3, it's okay, I go through like that. You know, last time I came down, they left me this, they took away this, I'm like, what's good with the little traffic thing?
So one of them was out. Whatever.
getting lighter though. And that means
Yeah, it comes and goes. We had better visibility probably 5-10 minutes ago. Have any of the referees headed up to the start yet or no?
Okay, so now where?
the flag you were really on the pole. And once you see
Yeah, that's why we had, yeah, I got it. That's why Bruce was up here on Mark, and they were down there. Hold on, time out, guys. Mark. Yeah, no, it was still very much. I did that. When I say Mark,
the flag is up.
the flag is up.
Voice say flag up.
We'll do a test. You go with her. You go with her.
Go with her.
Okay, you go with him.
No one of you.
Come on down. You can put that in the top of it. Look at it. It does lie. And here too. Let's do it. Flag it. Call it up. Flag up.
Once it's clear, flag up.
What I do here is bigger. It's a fine place with flag.
Mark. 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 Mark.
How'd it go for you? Don't worry, first race across, Lloyd. I know. We don't know. We're nothing wrong.
Yeah, I swear.
Welcome to San Diego, where the temperature is. Scott, you don't have a mic. No. It could be in the tower.
I checked that on this tower.
It's got to be in here. It's got to be in here, right? Yeah. I just heard you. Ollie, ollie, out for you. Yep. One, two.
We need to get a carbon fiber flag.
Yep, that's a lot.
Or a pole, yeah.
Unplug it.
Now, I heard the homework bike ride.
Once again, up and down the race course, we'd like to indicate, as you can more than likely see, that there is reason for a delay to our start of our races today. Want to mention to the crews and coaches that once the start is given, you will be given the standard time from launch to being on the stake boats. So your timing should stay about the same once we get the clock running. So once again, on a race delay, originally we were hoping to start it at 8 o'clock, but the mighty sun is not quite getting its job done here, so we're going to hope for the best, and as soon as we get some sort of time that they estimate that we'll begin this, why, we'll let you know. But once again, for coaches and crews, your timing for your races will continue to be the approximate 40 minutes from launch until needing to be at the stake boats, and we'll keep you posted. Well, we are on a race start delay, and we keep mentioning that for folks that have joined us on the World Wide Web. Obviously, people here can see that we probably only have about 1,000 meters worth of visibility now, although it is clearing off a bit. Reminder to the coaches and crews that they will still be given their standard time frame from launch until expectation of being on the stake boats, so that will not change if that helps you in your timing this morning. The other thing we'd like to mention, that without regard to the fact that racing has yet to begin, our food court and vendors areas are fully open, and this might be a nice time to stop by and check that out, only because you won't need to be racing back down to the beach to see another race that is coming along. So north of the big Jumbotron that is in probably the largest grassy area that we have on our race course, there are a wide variety of foods available there. So please feel free to stop by and check that out. Also a little bit north of the Jumbotron is a white tent that has the trophies that many of the crews will be competing for today. And then if you're new on our campus here and not quite sure where things are, there's a large white tent up on a grassy knoll near the finish line. And to the west of that, a wide variety of outstanding vendors there to show you the wares and the information that they have, and an opportunity without racing going on to be able to take your time to check that out. And in addition to that, we have a wonderful merchandise booth around the campus, one down towards the Jumbotron and another one a little bit west of the main tent that is up on that grassy knoll. So an opportunity, memorabilia from the 2016 San Diego available. We can't get a big wind machine and blow the fog out of here. The sun, as you may notice, has risen a little bit above a cloud cover in the eastern sky, and hopefully that will aid things, as just in the last couple of minutes we can almost see the start far end at sea as the starting point for our 2,000-meter race. So we'll try to keep you up to date on what race officials are determining would be a safe time to start. And quite frankly, in about the last 3 or 4 minutes, it has cleared off considerably. We were only able to see about the 1,000-meter mark, and now we can almost see the outline of the stake boats at the far southern end of our race course. So once again, make yourself comfortable with the food court and the vendors, and also Crew Classic. You want me to do a sound effect of a foghorn in the background? Will that help out? Yeah, I can talk with you. You got a live shot? Okay. this thing on in case they start talking about
Okay.
whatever.
These are the handicaps for the 808 race. They, if you're interested, because they're not on the sheet.
Okay, well, I think that would be your domain.
Okay.
Because if I start acting like I'm an expert at this thing, I'll fall on my face.
Okay. Here now. .com. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Crew Classic. The fog is lifting. The schedule has commenced. The first race will be at 8:35. My understanding is that the officials will be running the order of races and the same number of races, but they will be moving them to 7-minute centers. So the racing will be fast and furious. It's likely there'll be more than one race on the course, but racing will commence. A revised schedule is being printed and updated. The first race begins at 8:35. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. While we're waiting for racing to commence, we'd like to acknowledge the supporters of the Crew Classic. It takes a village. It's not possible to put this regatta on without the tremendous support of the rowing community and the local sponsors and participants. We'd like to thank Newport Aquatic Center for providing the still water vessels for our regatta. They're a special launch that leaves very little wake. We want the best water possible for our competitors. And Sharp, reach your health goals at the Cushman Wellness Center. Visit sharp.com/Cushman. We'd like to thank the David C. Copley Foundation for their continued support of rowing and this event. This is the 43rd annual San Diego Crew Classic. Check out our merchandise tent. N&D Sports has stocked all the latest and greatest in Crew Classic memorabilia, including hats, t-shirts, and sweatshirts. And we'd like to thank Boathouse Sports for their participation and their support of this regatta as well. You can find their merchandise in the vendor area. So while we're waiting for the first race to commence, the first race will start at 8:35. You can see the crews streaming down to the start. Racing will maintain the same order and the same number of events. They have made the plan that they will shorten the time between races from 8 minutes to 7 minutes. Compressing the schedule. They certainly don't want to send anybody home without getting their race in today, so they are going to take on that responsibility. It is quite a challenge because there will be several crews, at least 2 races on the course at any given time. So it'll be exciting. We'll keep you updated as we go through.
I assume you did the 8 o'clock. Gotcha. We were promoting things on Well, with semi-clear viewing down the race course here, the fog, as you've no doubt noted here on the campus, has lifted. And for our friends who have joined us on the World Wide Web, we did have a fog out this morning, and we're about an hour and 10 minutes off of our schedule. The first race is scheduled for 8:35, and right now we're looking at a start time in about 7-8 minutes. So that will be the first race of the day. It is the boys high school varsity petite final. The Sacramento Aquatic Center, Los Gatos, Baja California, River Sport out of Oklahoma City, Junipero Serra, and Marina Aquatic Center. And we will be with the start of this race shortly. Appreciate your patience. And of course, the vendors' booths and the food booths are all open, as well as the merchandise tent, an opportunity to get this year's design of the logo of the 2016 San Diego Crew Classic, the 43rd edition. Much of it here at this particular site on Mission Bay. And the boats are approaching the stake boats. Once again, if you are on site here, you can see where the stake boats are. They're down by SeaWorld. If you're joining us on the World Wide Web, we are on Mission Bay. It is the recreational bay of the two in San Diego Bay being the commercial bay, and the bay that houses the 11th Naval District Fleet, and the carrier force, and the submarine force, and the cruiser destroyer force, all based here in San Diego. And this is the marshland at one time, and the city planners many, many years ago had this all dredged out and moved around, and it is one of the cornerstones of a visit to San Diego, San Diego's Mission Bay. We can see blue skies above us as the fog has lifted off of the surface. As we see some of the crews getting ready on the stake boats, these are crews getting ready to go out, and they have a launch area at the northern end of this 2,000-meter course. And the crews, when they launch, then move east towards the eastern part of the bay and hang a right and go south and go down to SeaWorld. There is a sky ride at SeaWorld, and at the base of that sky ride, they have the stake boats, as they call them, where the crews line up and get their noses headed down the course. And on the way, I realize that this might be somewhat repetitious for folks who are familiar with the area or for people who are familiar with rowing. But we're hoping on our World Wide Web hookup that we have a few folks that are not familiar with this area. And so from time to time, we'll make reference to those particular situations. We would like to mention the key sponsors of the San Diego Crew Classic: American Specialty Health. We have Sharp Memorial Hospital, Camp Land by the Bay, and Lang & Brown CPA Accountancy Corporation. Also, representing some of the vendors for rowing in the Yacht Club, SR2 Rowing Machines, Union Bank, and Stone Brewing Company, to name just a few. Also sponsored by Goldfield Stage. They're a transportation company, so if you have any need for transporting your team around or your visitors around, they would be the one. Prudential, done real time. Also, and so we should see some outstanding racing as they come down the ways. Through 500 meters, it looks like River City has gotten up on Sacramento. Sammamish right near the leaders in third. Slightly off the pace is Oklahoma City River Sport. And then we go to Laredo, Los Gatos, Pocock, and Dallas in that order. But nobody has really lost touch of the front-running crew right now, River City, along lane number 1.
Yes, these races would have been seeded based on how they finished in their heats yesterday. The lane number 1 would be the top seed, lane 2 following. So if they hold true to their seed, that we would have the finishes 1 through 8 in the lanes. But that's not really how it works out, because on the day, the rowers lift their performance for their final. We do have quite a race. It looks like River City has a slight edge on Sacramento. I'm checking their rating, and they've stretched out and settled to a 33. Sacramento is lifted it to 35, or they took a push to try to pull back. As they come through the 1,000 meters, they really need to put the pedal down to dominate in that third 500.
Sacramento hanging in there with River City along the shoreline and Sammamish. Those three have been combatants for the lead spot almost from the very beginning. Dallas beginning to sneak up a little bit on the outside, but they still have not gotten past Oklahoma City, Loretto, Los Gatos, and now Dallas and Pocock are pretty much knotted at the back of the pack.
Accelerate the boat like that. There's hull resistance. It increases dramatically. So it's a higher price to get that acceleration. There's another thought that it's better to maintain a steady pace and save that last acceleration for the end. But they did move back on the field. We still have Sacramento and River City setting the pace in the front. And pretty much a blanket could be thrown over the rest of the 6 crews. They are still in touch, and Dallas does have that advantage out there on the outside. The coxswains are looking at the race on the inside, and they have snuck up on the outside.
Moving steadily into the lead is Sacramento Aquatic Center, and River City is now trying to fight them off as they have 750 meters remaining in this 2,000-meter course. Then we go to the outside. It looks like Loretto from Australia is beginning to challenge Riversport. On the far outside, Dallas has been doing quite a bit of sneaking up on people, and they're closing in on Los Gatos, and then Pocock is trailing at this particular moment.
Well,
in lane number 5, Loretto has kicked it up, and they are beginning to challenge the leaders right now, Sacramento and River City.
They are coming into the last 500 now, and these crews have committed early. Loretto lifted their rating to 36, and they have pulled back on the leaders. It looks like Sacramento and River City are still in a tussle, and they also have responded to the pressure. They're still, but the Australian crew is digging in hard. They're at a 37, and they have moved out in front of the rest of the pack and are now challenging the inside lanes.
This is Sacramento Aquatic Center. They are in lane number 2 and continuing to battle back and forth with River City in lane number 1. Then we're going to go to the far outside as Sammamish and Oklahoma City have fallen back, and Loretto is beginning to challenge on the outside, and Dallas will not go away. Los Gatos and then Pocock. It is Sacramento Aquatic Center. Almost a stern to bow marker lead over River City. They took it over at about the 1,000-meter mark, and then we go far outside to Loretto, and then back inside to the crew from Oklahoma City, with Sammamish dropping back even farther. Los Gatos putting on a push on the outside, and then Dallas, and then Pocock is trailing. About a 5-seat lead for Sacramento Aquatic Center. They are in lane 2 and on the lead right now. It is River City trying to get back into it. They have open water back to Loretto, and then a bug tussle between Oklahoma City and Sammamish, with Dallas on the outside, Los Gatos and Pocock. Looking at the finish line, the near crew is River City. They're trying to catch up with the crew in lane number 2, being Sacramento Aquatic Center. And as they come down to the finish line, it looks like Sacramento, jumping into the lead at the 1,000-meter mark, will hold off River City to pick up the victory in the high school girls varsity petite final.
Good, and Australia pushed their nose out in front. The crew from Australia pushed their nose in front to take 3rd place. And the rest of the field very close. That was amazing. Sacramento took it up first to a 40. River responded, but Sacramento got the jump on them by just taking it up a little bit earlier than they did. But both crews committed. And Victoria, the crew from Victoria, Loretta Turak, brought the race back to those leaders. That was amazing. We have a second race, another race on the course. This is the men's high school lightweight petite final. There are 3 crews in this. They are racing for 7th, 8th, and 9th place rankings in their program. In lane 1, we have Los Gatos. In lane 2, Pocock, which is from the Seattle area. And in lane 3, Dallas United. And we just saw an amazing race from Dallas United in the last race, beating their seed. And as they come down the course, the crews are very even. They are overlapping as they come through.
Right now in lane number 1, Los Gatos, Pocock in lane number 2, and Dallas United in lane 3. And they are almost bow marker to bow marker as they come through the first 500 meters. So the test will be in the middle of the course, and then whoever has something at the end. Once again, this is 73, and if you would like to follow
Getting up to 4. These guys are going to tussle all the way down the course. That's a very high rating.
We'll see if it backfires on anybody, because right now they are really standing bow marker to bow marker as they approach the 1,000-meter mark. If we were forced into saying who was on the lead, it would be Pocock, but ever so slightly over Los Gatos and Dallas. The lane assignments, Los Gatos in 1, our current leader, Pocock in 2, and Dallas United is pulling out of lane number 3.
I saw the lead just change hands twice in that last thing, with Pocock stretching out to a 34 and Los Gatos taking their rating up, really trying to dig in and break this down. They're at a 37, but still a dogfight. The lead keeps changing.
And to the good fortune of our morning cruise here, we still have glassy conditions and little or no wind across from the Ingraham Street Bridge. However, there is a little bit of a tug on these crews with the tide going out. Pocock and Los Gatos almost exchanging positions on each stroke, with Dallas just slightly back on the far outside. 7:50 to go, and we'll see who has anything left over in their tank. As Patty mentioned, they all 3 ratcheted up a lot earlier than would be standard procedure. And right now, Pocock has just a nose out front, but certainly every time the oars dig and pull, Los Gatos.
Yes, both stretched out to 36 strokes a minute. They are really prying the boat. You can see these rowers on the inside lanes hanging, pry that boat and send it into the recovery. The boats travel fastest between strokes. As the boys move forward, as those bodies move forward on the boat, it kicks the boat out behind them. They outweigh the boat, and you get hull speed. So when we have races like this that are stroke for stroke, it's which further between strokes that determines the winner.
Pocock and Blade, and right now in lane 3, the only crew that has kind of dropped out of it. As they come with 250 meters to go, it is Pocock, about a half bow length. Los Gatos on the near side along the shoreline, and Dallas United trailing. Pocock looks like they have a little bit more in their tank, ratcheting up as Pocock is now being challenged by a half a bow length. Pocock trying to hang on as they had a slim lead with 500 meters to go, but Los Gatos certainly coming back. It is Los Gatos on the near side and Pocock on the far side as you watch at the finish line as they come down stroke for stroke and bow marker for bow marker, and it looks like Pocock may just hang in there in lane number 2 and Los Gatos in lane number 1, and it appears unofficially that Pocock hung in there, Los Gatos, and boy, I tell you what, that was one of the most competitive races that we have seen in a long time. They exchanged leads on almost every stroke.
You know, it takes tremendous poise to be able to hold on to your technique when you are in such physical distress. And to do that while another boat is right next to you without breaking, is terrifically courageous.
Well, for this particular situation, they are going to allow the girls' high school lightweight petite final, which is being just rowed by one crew. So what they'll probably do here is make every effort as a crew to eclipse whatever time they got yesterday. A single crew coming down. This is NorCal crew, their A crew, in the high school lightweight petite final. Real combative racing until race number 75, which will have 8 entries in that particular race.
Yes, so this crew is from NorCal, rowing out of the Bay Area. And again, these petite finals or small finals are racing for places 7 through 12. So if you don't race, you don't get the ranking. And these rankings become very, very important as we go through the season to get an invitation to establish your resume, so to speak, in order to get an invitation to the junior national championships. So of course, these athletes train 15 to 20 hours a week to perfect their technique, to build up their aerobic base, to build up their power and their strength. And throughout the season, they might only race 5 or 6 times. So that's 5 times. That's 35 minutes of a season of racing that they train hundreds and hundreds of hours for. It's out that they 20 to 30 hours for every minute that they race during the season. So an opportunity to come down the course, even by yourself. So few opportunities where we can row on a buoyed course with terrific air, the times, the videos, everything. We're going to take advantage of it if we're coaches and athletes. So these ladies are going to row, as Alan said, hopefully close the gap on the leaders, using this opportunity to continue to move along and into the rest. So looking down the course now, they are in the second 500. And they have officials following them to make sure that they're coming down at race pace. And I'm getting them at a rating of 34. As they come into that 1,500 meter mark, they've lifted their rating up to 36. So they are barreling down the course. They're going to do the best they can. These are perfect conditions. Oops, I miscalled on that. That's the 1,000 meter mark that they're coming through. Looking through the binoculars, it's kind of compressed the course. But yes, then they stepped it up a little bit early to go to a 36. That might have been that push through the 1,000 meters. Coxswains like to call a bridge between the first 1,000 meters, get some power going into that third 500. They are still at 36.5. So as I mentioned earlier, the coxswain calls in the beginning of the race, you want to execute touch with the field, not necessarily race the other person's race, but race your race. But somewhere in the third 500, vision about what you've got to do in order to improve your position or maintain it. So this is a great opportunity to rehearse their race plan, even though it's a time trial. But a lot of times qualifying for these larger races now, they will have to do a time trial before their race in order to do the seeding. If they have too many entries, there won't be time in the program to do a fair seeding. So they will make everyone come down the course in a time trial to earn their spot in the finals or the petite finals. And as you can imagine, it is quite a challenge when you are all on your own, racing and executing, but this crew is doing a terrific job. They're coming down the course at a 35. Through that third 500, and that is the worst 500. You've sailed through the first 1,000 meters. It's starting to feel really, really bad. Once you get inside the 500-meter marks, you know it's nearly going to be over, and you can head home. You can smell the finish line, but that third 500 is when you really have to dig deep. We have a great opportunity here to study NorCal's race plan. They're taking a push into that final 500, coming in front of the tents now. They've lifted their rating to a 36, and I suspect that once they get into the red buoys, which is the last 250, you're within the last 60 seconds of your race. You can do anything for 35, 40 strokes. I think you'll find that the rating will lift again. Picture perfect conditions here. You can see the reflection of the boat against the water as they move back and forth. The blades are outlined against the water. And beautiful rowing from this NorCal crew. Yes, you can see how they're hanging against the oar. The coxswain has called the rating up, and they're putting it in, prying hard. These are lightweight rowers. That means that they have to weigh less than 130 pounds. And they are working those blades. Look at them plant and pry the boat past the blade. "39 strokes a minute." The home that was responding, they are digging in and powering that boat home. Well done. Well rowed, ladies.
Next up on the water is the high school. We have 8 in the sea base is in lane number 1, Beelan Jesuit, lane 2, Oakland Strokes, and lane 3. 6. Another is in lane number 7, and it is boys high school lightweight grand final.
So lightweight rowing traditionally means that your crew has to average 155 pounds in the men's program, with no one weighing over 160. In some programs, they do not do an average. You just have to tick underneath that weight.
And in the early going, Beelan Jesuit, Oakland Strokes, and Sea Base are out to the early lead. And they have actually gotten a little bit of open space. Aquatic. Newport has cruise in this one.
This is their relatively new program. These other programs have been on the water for years. Across the bay from Newport Aquatic Center, and it usually takes a while to build a shipwreck. A buoy, one that upsets the boat, you do a flying start or a jump where you do powerful strokes. Crew from Beelan Jesuit, a chance to pull out ahead. So now they're rowing from behind.
Beelan Jesuit at the just inside mark continues to be on the lead. Their outside shoulder they need to be concerned about, Oakland Strokes. And then back to the inside lane, that is Sea Base. And then as we move across the field, lanes 4, 5, and 6 pretty much close together, with Newport making a move on the outside. Then the far outside, NorCal has hung in there, and the only crew that has lost touch a little bit, the Long Beach Junior crew.
Problems with their steering bow lines. I don't know if there's a power imbalance or she's got problems with her rudder, but the boat is S-ing around. If you look at the wake, her crew is rowing a little bit further than everyone else, and advantage. Rudder, you're slowing your crew down a little bit, even though it's only the size of a credit card.
On the outside, it is NorCal and Newport and Marin making a move on the leader here, Beelan Jesuit, and dropping back in lane number 3 is Oakland Strokes and Marina Aquatic Center. Seabase, as Patty mentioned, has been struggling through the middle 500, and they have dropped back considerably. But as we approach 250 meters to go, it is Beelan Jesuit, then to the far outside. In lane number 6, Newport challenging. NorCal is also in the hunt.
And Long Beach has dropped back a little bit, but we have quite a race here.
On the clear lead with almost a stern to bow marker lead is Beelan Jesuit. Somehow or other, Seabase has gotten back into it on the outside. In lane number 6 is Newport challenging, but it looks like Beelan Jesuit will be able to hang on, and they are still being challenged on the near side along the shoreline by Seabase. And if Seabase had not fallen into some problems in the middle 500, they certainly would be right there, as they only lose by about 5 seats. And then we go to the far outside. Newport somehow snuck in there, and unofficially that would be the top 3, Beelan Jesuit, Seabase, and Newport on the outside. But an impressive recovery by Seabase after they just had a horrible time in the middle 500, and Beelan Jesuit took advantage of it and kicked it in and picked up the victory in the grand final for the high school boys lightweight crew. Next up, we will have the girls high school lightweight grand final. It's Oakland Strokes, followed in lane number 2 by Marina. Texas Rowing is in lane 3. The Long Beach Junior crew will be in lane number 4. The outside 4 crews will be Marin, Seabase, Newport, and Pocock. We have this race underway, and if you're just joining us and were not here earlier in the day where we had a fog delay, you literally could not see the finish line on the island off of the tent that's up on the knoll there, the grassy knoll, and you certainly could not see the airplane beacon that is out in the middle of Mission 15 minutes or so. So they have moved up the start times, and they're coming down at us at about 6 or 7 minute intervals, and we have this race underway on the course right now. It is the girls high school lightweight grand final. 8 crews in.
Yes, and again, the maximum weight that these rowers can weigh is 130 pounds, and it's just a straight weigh in. Back in the day, they used to average, but now it's just a straight weight. You have to weigh in before the regatta, make sure your entire crew makes that weight, and then you're good to go. It's boats deep. They combine with a community rowing program at their facility in Oakland. They do a fabulous job of developing middle school rowers, inner city rowers, and of course, very, very competitive program here today.
Our standings are almost across the board from lane 1 through lane number 8. Although it appears that Marina Aquatic is certainly giving Oakland Strokes a run for their money. Texas Rowing has not fallen out of touch, and then comes Long Beach Junior crew, Marin, Seabase, Newport, and Pocock on the far outside. 8 crews coming down for the high school girls lightweight grand final.
So we're looking at the wind is starting to pick up a little bit. It's a crosswind. We have an outgoing tide this morning, and it is a really strong outgoing tide. It's a difference of about 5.5 feet, so that's a very strong flow, and it's going against the rowers. So they are really having to dig in. They don't have the body mass to propel the boat, so they have to row very, very technically correct to be as effective as they can.
Looks like Marina Aquatic has overtaken Oakland Strokes, but the remainder of the field stays at 3-8. Texas Rowing, Long Beach Junior Crew, Marin, Seabase, Newport, and Pocock.
So a very heavy West Coast presence here. Very, very strong crews from Marina, from Marin. Seabase is a new program out of Newport and rowing very strongly across the bay from them. Newport Aquatic Center, Pocock from Seattle, with Texas representing the rest of the country.
We continue to have Marina and Oakland Strokes after each other, stroke by stroke. However, Oakland Strokes has fallen back a little bit and challenging on the outside rowing as they come to the one. Moved up on Seabase. So we have Marina, Seabase, and Pocock.
Good. Marina just took a push. They lifted their rating a little bit. They've lifted, as I mentioned, the conditions look great, but the water conditions are very heavy. So to be able to lift that rating and continue to accelerate the boat there at a 37, because if they want to win it, Oakland has kept their rating at a 35, but Marina has continued to accelerate, and it looks like they may have pulled out and just gotten a slight lead on Oakland as we come through here.
In lane number 2, our current leader. Strokes through the first 1,000, but the crew has dropped back, and it appears that they have been overlapped by Texas Rowing. On the far outside, Newport has decided to get themselves into this on strong. The only crew, number 6, and Pocock all the way on the outside. So watch Newport on the far outside, and as Patty mentioned earlier, the problem with being lanes, sometimes you're not paying attention as a coxswain, and all of a sudden these guys on the outside are hot on your tail. So right now it's a side Newport.
So lifting their rating 7:30 here and come accelerate back toward their lead.
Between themselves and go back in the side. It is Oakland Strokes and Pocock.
They have Oakland and Texas. And Center, and Oakland dropping back into the battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th.
On the water right now is the Men's Masters Club Grand Final, and this is a handicap race. Certainly the rowers are not handicapped in any way. Community through rather advanced ages for athletes. In lane 1, it is Long Beach. Marin is in lane 2. Durham Aquatic is in lane number 3. Then rounding out the field is Sammamish Rowing, number 7, and in lane
This race, 3 seconds is the Long Beach times. They will deduct times from the off because their Durham is averages 82, and they have a cap 8, so they have 17.6. They're dead on with Long Beach out there with an average age of 58, and they get 38.4 seconds over Durham. It would only be about 20 seconds over Potomac, and because of the way the handicaps work. And then Willamette in lane 8, average age 53, gets 27 seconds. So we have a lot of ex-Olympians in these boats that are still fighting the good fight. And the coxswains will be aware of the handicap, and they will be looking at those gaps, racing all the way down the course. It's a true race because you don't know what the times are until everybody finishes and they do the math.
So call your neighborhood computer programmer to figure this one out. As Patty mentioned, we'll be watching exclusively where they cross the finish line. And right now, Durham has the cross the finish line. Is Durham in lane number 3. They have a bit of a challenge along the shoreline by Long Beach, but they have an open water distance between the field right now. And then the only crew at the moment that appears to be a little bit out of touch would be Marin in lane number 3. And then pretty much in order, we go with lane number 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Sammamish, Marin B crew, Potomac, Casitas, and Willamette.
Yes, and the Durham coxswain will know that it's not enough to be ahead. She has to be at least 6 lengths ahead of the next 2 youngest crews, and she'll have to be nearly 15 boat. That's the number of puddles, one boat to the next. And right now it looks like Long Beach is beating the handicap, but we still have 400 meters to go.
And Durham is doing their very best to get that large lead there as they have picked up the pace as they approach 250 meters to go. Long Beach hanging in there along the shoreline, and they, with the handicap, certainly are not in a situation that they're going away. Sammamish has come on a little bit stronger, and Potomac has made a move on the outside with Marin fading and Casitas and Willamette on the far outside in that order, losing track. Durham appears that they will not be able to eclipse the number of boat lengths that they need to have to be able to actually finish first, as Long Beach has impressively kicked it up here with 250 meters to go. Sammamish out in lane number 4 with lane 2, Marin fading back, and on the far outside we have Marin and Potomac with the trailing crews Casitas and Willamette. Durham on the lead, and just for bragging rights, Long Beach and Sammamish are going after one another for that second across the finish line. And then we have some open water back to Marin, both A and B boats. Potomac on the outside, Casitas and Willamette. And crossing the finish line is Durham, followed by Long Beach and Sammamish. And Patty, if you got a little bit of a handicapping note here, who looks like the winner?
Yes, well, I've been following it. I started my watch as soon as Durham went, and I would say that the actual race winners are likely to be Sammamish because they had a 25-second handicap, and they finished about 16 seconds behind Durham, and they also beat the 10-second handicap that they had on Long Beach. So, you know, that would just be my my pencil calculations that Sammamish rowing had a very, very good row. And most of those crews did finish within their handicap. And Casitas, who, you know, appeared to be trailing, also see the results. The field is going to be a lot more compressed than it appeared during the race. That was terrific racing from across all those age groups.
And a little known fact is that Patty has a master's in math, so we'll stick with that right now. We have another handicap race coming up. This is on the women's side. It is the Club Masters, and it is their grand final. And once again, the same situation will be in order as they have the handicap involved, and Patty has that ready to go.
Exactly. In lane 1, we have Long Beach. Their average age is 46, so they have a handicap of 14.4 seconds. This race is a little bit more compressed in terms of ages, but Mile High, which is a Colorado club, has average age 51, and they are 23 seconds. Marin, 53. They're a 27-second handicap. College Boat Club, or College Club Seattle, is 45, average age 45, so 12 seconds. And BIAC, which is the 8, so they get 0. So that's out in lane 6. They are at 0. Right next to them, they have to beat the crew next to them by 4 lanes in lanes 4 and 5. But they have to beat lane 3 and lane 2 by over 7 lengths, 7 or 8 lengths, in order to make sure that they beat that handicap. And Long Beach, which has a very, very strong program, 14.5 seconds, that works out to about 5 lengths. So again, we're going to take a look at that as we come down. And the designation club means that all of the rowers have to live within 50 miles of the boathouse. They can't use distance. They can't use ring-ins. It's not a Rolodex crew. They have to be true club members living within 50 miles of their boat club.
And as they come through the 1,000 meter mark in lane number 1, Long Beach has the physical lead as we've gotten the rundown on the handicap situation. Looking on the far outside, Pocock is challenging. And then through the middle part of the field, 2, 3, 4, and 5, it appears that it's also with Marin, Mile High, and Bear Island on the trail at the moment.
It does look like the Long Beach coxswain is having a little bit of trouble staying off the buoy line. There's a very, very strong crosswind. And as they enter that third 500, they're also going to get the push. The wind's a little bit stronger because they'll come out of the shadow of Vacation Island. So she is trying to push her boat back over. And again, there are other crews with greater handicaps than her. So even if they're out in front, they are going to have to be out in front by 3 or 4 lengths over their competitors.
On the shoreline, the physical positioning right at the moment is Long Beach on the shore on the lead. They are being challenged on the far outside by Pope. And then working in that third position will be the lane number 4 crew, the College Club Seattle. And then the other crews, Marin, Mile High, and Bear Island, are trailing, and now they're having some open water between the two, but little or none of this really holds to the final finish. As we've mentioned before, it is a handicap race.
And right now, Long Beach is really working hard to get the lead on the older crews. All the coxswains are aware what the handicaps are. They know what they've got to do, and you can see Long Beach lifting it. This crew has been racing in a boat that was named after Joan van Blom, one of the rowing's greats, a great woman, a great coach, a great competitor. Battled to cancer in the last year.
Their A crew. And then Bear Island has made a move on Mile High, at least in the physical setting of the race right here. But the handicaps will tell as they reach 500 meters to go, 1,500 meters into this race. And it is Long Beach on the physical lead with Pocock on the far outside trying to hang in there.
Yes, so Long Beach, just by being even with Pocock, means that they've beat them. They've got the handicap. They've got 15 seconds over Pocock. So just being even means that they're ahead in the crazy handicap world. The big thing that they're looking at, the Long Beach coxswain is looking at, is they are right next to the 2 oldest crews, Mile High and Marin. And they must be, in order to take the medal home, they must be about 3 or 4 lengths ahead of them. The crew out in lane 4, which is College Club, has a handicap of 12 seconds, and Long Beach has a handicap of 14.5. So unless College Club is 2 lengths in front of Long Beach. Long Beach has them. So right now, it does look like Pocock has pulled in front of Long Beach, but unless they can get 4 or 5 lengths between now and the finish line, Long Beach is still the strongest position right now to take home the medals.
Pocock on the far outside has the physical lead along the shoreline. This is Long Beach, and they are being shadowed by College Club Seattle. Then we have open water back to the crew, Marin A, and then almost a dead heat on the back of the pack between Bear Island and Mile High. Checking the finish line, it looks like Pocock on the outside will have the strong finish, but whether they have enough to be high handicapped into that position will still be seen. Long Beach along the shoreline, and then that is College Club Seattle. Then we have open water back to Marin. Mile High has jumped up on Bear Island, and that is the unofficial finish at this time. The physical finish, the handicap.
Marin, who had the oldest crew in the boat, they had 27 seconds or 13 seconds over Long Beach. So very, very close between those crews to see who's going to take home the medals. And we have another race on the course right now. We are moving into the small finals for the collegiate. So the women's collegiate second varsity. So that would be, in order to compete as a team at the NCAAs, you need to have a first varsity, which would be your top 8 rowers, a second varsity, which would be rowers 9 through 16, and then a varsity 4, which would be rowers 10 through 12, 10, 11. Gosh, my math is so off. Sorry. Right, so getting back to this race, this is the petite final. We need rankings through 20. So the women's collegiate second varsity petite final. So we have University of San Diego in lane 1, UCLA in lane 2, Tennessee in lane 3, Sacramento State in lane 4, Kansas State in lane 5, and British Columbia in lane 6. And they will be racing for strength of schedule and cross-regional competition, which are all come into the factor when you're going for that NCAA bid. You have to be invited to the NCAAs. It's just like March Madness, the big dance. It's the end of the season for these women, and they are starting their game plan here at the Crew Classic.
So on the water with the women's collegiate second varsity petite final, and the lane assignments, University of Kansas State, far outside, that is British Columbia.
So I'm head announcer, which is Pat, and she will take you through the rest of this race.
Through the first 500 meters, and again, viewing, but it appears University of San Diego has moved out in front, at least through the first 500 meters. And they are being shadowed on their outside shoulder by UCLA. Generally speaking, when they have the lane assignments here, it's based on your heat time, and the fastest crew generally is in lane 1, and it goes out from there. Making a move is Tennessee, and they are getting up to challenge UCLA and the University of San Diego at the front end of this pack. Fortunately, nobody has really lost touch, with the possible exception of British Columbia on the far outside. Sacramento State in lane number 4 would be in 4th position. K-State in 5, and British Columbia on the far outside. This is the women's collegiate second varsity petite final as we build up to the main and major races that we have a little bit later on this morning. The wind has picked up slightly just in the last two races, so the coxswain are going to have to contend not only with the outgoing tide, but also with the wind coming under the Ingram Street Bridge. It's not quite as windy as it was yesterday. And if you're joining us on the World Wide Web and checking out the schedule, we are about an hour behind because we had a fog delay this morning. Fog very thick at San Diego's Mission Bay, and you really could not even see the two small islands that are just off the shoreline. And so for safety's sake and for just basic seeing what was going on sake, this was put back about an hour and 10 minutes. The race continues to be between lane number 1, the University of San Diego, and UCLA. Tennessee has not gone away, and then there is a stern to bow marker open water distance between the outside crews, with British Columbia making a little bit of a move on the outside, trying to close ground, or water if you will, on Sacramento State and K-State. Checking the lane assignments once again, the University of San Diego is in lane 1, UCLA on their outside shoulder in lane number 2. It is Tennessee in lane number 3, and right now that's our positioning, 1, 2, 3. Then we have a little bit of open water back to Sacramento State on the far outside. British Columbia in lane number 6 has moved up on Kansas State in lane number 5. Water not particularly choppy, even though the wind has come up, and we're not seeing much splashing going on as the crews are very crisp with their blades entry into the water and the pull that gets them moving forward. Still very tight between UCLA and the University of San Diego. University of San Diego falling back just a bit as UCLA has moved up, and all of a sudden Tennessee has decided they want to get involved, and they have made a move at about 750 meters to go as the crews approach the 1,500 meter mark in our 2,000 meter course. In the center of the field, Tennessee is getting into it with UCLA, and the University of San Diego has faded just a taste. Still on the far outside, British Columbia, who got off to a rather poor start and did not have a particularly strong first 500, has kicked it up, and they are moving along on the outside with Kansas State now making a move on Sacramento State at the end or the back of the pack. Once again, it's a 3-boat race and has been almost throughout. UCLA, we're going to give them the very slight edge over USD. USD in lane number 1, UCLA in 2. Tennessee out there in lane number 3 refuses to go away. And British Columbia on the far outside, trying to make a comeback after a rather inauspicious start, is trying to make some moves out there, with bragging rights going on between Sacramento State and Kansas State at the end of the pack. On the shoreline, it is USD picking it up, trying to eclipse UCLA. On the outside, it is Tennessee. As they approach about 100 meters to go, it is UCLA about a half a bow length, if that. On the last stroke, USD got bow marker to bow marker with them, and the two of them are beginning to pull away from Tennessee. Then we have open water back to British Columbia, Sacramento State, and Kansas State. Watch the front end of this. UCLA is on the second lane. On the shore lane side, that is USD, and on the outside, it is Tennessee. As they approach the finish line, bow marker to bow marker, it is on the shoreline, USD, and they look like they may have just gotten it by about a half a bow length after a tremendous row by UCLA trying to catch up. Tennessee made a run at it with about 250 meters to go, but it was a little too late, and they apparently unofficially will finish in that third position with British Columbia on the outside, Sacramento State and Kansas State.
And our next race will be the men's collegiate second varsity petite final. In lane 1, UC Santa Barbara A. Lane 2, UC San Diego A. Lane 3, Santa Clara A. Lane 4, Purdue A. Lane 5, UCLA. And in lane 6, University of San Diego. And we are into this race. Again, the men's collegiate second varsity petite final. Lane 1, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 2, UC San Diego. Lane 3, Santa Clara. Lane 4, Purdue. Lane 5, UCLA. And lane 6, San Diego. They are coming up on the 1,000 meters. And it would appear that UC San Diego is in the lead. That is lane 2.
These races coming rather fast and furious. If you were not with us earlier today or not with us on the internet, we had a fog delay, and literally the fog coverage was so much that you could not see the finish line island or the airplane beacon island that is out in the middle of this end of Mission Bay Park. So we are a bit behind on things. The crew in lane number 1, that would be University of California, Santa Barbara, and UC San Diego are in a bit of a bug tussle here at the beginning of the race, actually into approaching just 500 meters left to go. Then to the outside in lane number 3 and 4, that would be Santa Clara and Purdue going after one another. On the far outside, UCLA and the University of San Diego are trailing the field at the moment, although San Diego has made a bit of a move on the outside and tried to close down on UCLA. Just outside 500 meters to go, and Santa Barbara, who had it in second spot earlier, has had an excellent middle of the race and have come up and taken over the lead from the University of California, San Diego. The Toreros had an early good start, but were unable to maintain it as they got through the middle 500, but they certainly are not out of touch. On who has what left down the finish here, we'll see if Santa Barbara on the shoreline can hang on to it, and if they can fight off the University of California, San Diego in lane number 2. Meanwhile, on the far outside, USD has refused to go away, and UCLA on their inboard side is fighting it out with Purdue, and Santa Clara is the only crew. The crews, unless something drastic happens here, they will hold off the University of California, San Diego in lane number 2. All the way to the outside, that's University of San Diego, and now it's gotten extremely tight between Santa Clara, Purdue, and UCLA. On the lead, it is Santa Barbara along the shoreline. They now have a stern to bow marker lead over the University of California, San Diego. On the far outside, it is USD, and coming in to sneak into a battle for third position is Santa Clara. And we have Purdue and UCLA fading just a bit. Back to the finish line. This is Santa Barbara, and it looks like they will pick up the victory here in the men's collegiate second varsity petite final as they held off and came back against the University of California, San Diego, the apparent second place finisher. Then all the way on the outside, USD kind of snuck in there, and then Santa Clara, Purdue, and UCLA.
Our next race, the Women's Collegiate Varsity 4 Petite Final. In lane 1 will be Tennessee, Women's A. Lane 2, Gonzaga A. Lane 3, Kansas State Women's A. Lane 4, Sacramento State A. Lane 5, UC San Diego A. And in lane 6, St. Mary's A. And we have a race that is coming up on the 500 meters. Again, this is the Women's Collegiate Varsity 4 Petite Final.
The races are coming our way at a little faster split. As I mentioned earlier, we did have a fog delay, and so instead of the 7 to 8 minute splits that they're working on under normal conditions, the crews are coming down at 6 to 7 minute splits. So one will rapidly follow the other, and we will try to pick up the information for you as rapidly as possible. Nearing the 500 meter mark, it appears that Gonzaga in lane number 2 has a slight edge over Tennessee. Generally, the crews in lanes 1 and 2 are the top time achievers in heat files. Sacramento State has gotten a slight lead over Kansas State as they come through the 500 meters, and then checking on the far outside, the only two crews that have kind of lost touch, the University of California, San Diego, and St. Mary's. For our folks who are joining us on the World Wide Web, we'll mention once again that we are in beautiful Southern California, the community of San Diego. The location is the Crown Point Shores area of Mission Bay Park. Mission Bay Park is the recreational bay, if you will, for the two, San Diego Bay and Mission Bay. San Diego, of course, being the commercial and military bay. Approaching 1,000 meters. And our crews are staying somewhat the same, although Tennessee has come up to challenge Gonzaga. And then out to lane number 3. Actually, that would be lane number 4, Sacramento State. Kansas State having a little bit of a problem coordinating things, and they have dropped back. Looks like there might be even some open water there. And then to the far outside, University of California, San Diego, and St. Mary's. We are on the water with the Women's Collegiate Varsity 4+ Petite Final.
It indeed appears that lane 3, Kansas State, is being challenged perhaps by the wind, making some course corrections. But we do have a race here between lanes 1 and 2, Tennessee and Gonzaga. And 4 and 5, Sacramento State A and UC San Diego A.
Looks like the Toreros in the last 250 meters has pushed up on Sacramento State, but the contest continues to be at the front, although on that outside, University of California, San Diego going and is trying number 1, and they are currently is 500 go out 5, and Sacramento State suddenly has found some reserve in the tank, and they are up challenging the University of California, San Diego, St. Mary's, and along the, and they have had a bow marker to bow marker battle the entire length of the race to this point, with Gonzaga in lane number 2, and they have traded back and forth. And this is Tennessee along the shoreline. It looks like they might have edged in front of the Zags. Then we go out to Sacramento State. Looks like they have held off a challenge by University of California, San Diego. And then to the far outside, St. Mary's and Kansas State. Inside 250 meters to go. The 4 width along the shoreline. This is Tennessee. They have about a half boat length lead over Gonzaga. Gonzaga had led through the middle part of this race, and somehow Tennessee found some energy, and now they've almost pulled out to a stern to bow marker lead. It is Tennessee along the shoreline. Gonzaga then about 2 boat lengths of open water back to Sacramento State. Rights, and right now coming back in the last number 2, Sacramento State and the University of California, San Diego. And then just for bragging rights on the tail end of this, it's Kansas State and St. Mary's. Kansas State is on the near side and St. Mary's on the far side. Let's see who gets to brag. I realize it's at the back of the pack, but what the heck, they're going for it, and it looks like it was Kansas State hanging in there to pick up that next to the last position against St. Mary's. Once again, the unofficial winner, Tennessee, followed by Gonzaga. We had this occur earlier. Some of the outstanding Bay, Lang, and then other U.S. rowing. And trailing down the line, Goldfield Stage. They're a transportation company. AMR, Rural Metro, Prudential Dunn Realtors, Row 2K, the Union Tribune newspaper, and Channel 6 television, CW6, on campus here to show you their wares and or answer your questions about their particular service that they are offering. Also like to make mention that we have every year these folks that bring us food are doing such an outstanding job. They have a very tasty fare, and that would be to the north end of the large grassy area that is bordered on the south by the Jumbotron. Also like to make mention of our beer garden, and you have an opportunity to sample some of the craft brews that are so prevalent around San Diego. Also looking at our layout on the grassy knoll, we have the large tent, but to the west of that is the vendor area, and there are some outstanding vendors there with different racing apparel and racing information, training equipment and the like. So it would certainly be to your benefit to stop by there and at least see what's bright and new in that particular arena. And then if you're new to our campus here and would like to see some of the activity in what might be considered the pit area, on the far northern end of our race course, the crews are putting their shells into the water and getting set to go for the 30 to 40 minute trek down to the other end of the race course and getting on the stake boats and ready to come this way. On the course right now is the UC Berkeley lightweight crew, and they are a part of the Women's Collegiate Varsity Division Club and club groups. This is their petite final. Didn't quite have enough crews to be able to fill this field out, but the crew is coming down and making every effort to put in their racing strategy and an opportunity to have an outstanding officiating crew keep an eye on them and video to go along with it. So this is not certainly a wasted situation for a crew that has made the trip down to the San Diego Crew Classic, the 43rd, I might add. And we are delighted to have you not only on the shores of San Diego, check that Mission Bay, but also to have a listening in on the World Wide Web. One other quick note, If you would like to follow the race results, they are available on here, H-E-R-E, now, N-O-W.com. So that replaces our scoreboard that we have had in the past years here at the Crew Classic.
And what's going on in these women's head and spirit here out on the course, the lone boat, but in their racing mindset, they've got a crew next to them that they are fighting against and making their way down this course. It's a race for them.
Probably we ought to ask SeaWorld to release some of their dolphins to give competition here, but they certainly are making every effort to get a decent time that all blends into postseason applications to whatever division that they happen to be in. This particular crew is from the University of California, Berkeley. It is their lightweight A crew. And at times on this road down here, heads have not been quite bobbing in the unison that is really necessary, but they are certainly working on and practicing on their technique as they come down the waves here for this particular category.
And we have, nearing the finish line, University of California, Berkeley, lightweight. Women's Collegiate Varsity Petite Final. And they are coming to the finish line. They have crossed the finish line. Well rowed.
Well, we'd like to invite you to check in here now. They're providing real-time location-based services for industries and people who work and live in real time. Thank you for joining the San Diego Crew Classic Team 43rd edition here on Mission Bay. Also like to acknowledge another proud sponsor of the San Diego Crew Classic. That would be Union Bank. And they are pleased to congratulate the San Diego Crew Classic on their 43rd anniversary. And they, of course, offer personal banking services that are exclusively designed to meet your financial needs because Union Bank knows that you deserve more. Also acknowledging the American Specialty Health at www.ashcompanies.com. National Health Services Company American Specialty Health is a longtime sponsor of the Men's Cal Cup. And you've seen the new San Diego Crew Classic logo. If you have not, check it out. They're in our merchandise tent. It is indeed a classic. Come to the merchandise tent and see why this is the year that you must go home with a brand new t-shirt. And Procopio, Swift Forward, San Diego's largest law firm, proudly supports the San Diego Crew Classic. Cheers to commitment, discipline, perseverance, and teamwork. All part of the Procopio way of doing things, the Procopio San Diego law firm. And if you'd like to up your ability in the rowing arena and also have an excellent aerobic health apparatus, stop by the Concept 2 CTS tent for any and all of your oar maintenance needs and conditioning machines that are available via Concept 2. And whether you do business with any one of these particular sponsors, please at least acknowledge the fact that they have been part and parcel of the 2016 San Diego Crew Classic and let them know that you appreciate their participation here in our 43rd annual event.
And we are well into our Women's Collegiate Varsity Grand Final. In Lane 1, UC Santa Barbara B. Lane 2, Orange Coast A. Lane 3, Long Beach State Rowing A. Lane 4, UC Irvine A. Lane 5, UC Santa Barbara A. Lane 6, UC Davis A. Lane 7, Illinois A. And Lane 8, Vanderbilt A. Again, the Women's Collegiate Varsity Club Grand Final.
Eight crews. Go ahead.
And it appears in lane 1, we have the lead. And in lane 5, UC Santa Barbara A is doing a great job pushing through in this race, as is lane 2, Orange Coast A. So again, we have some great contending between lanes 1, lanes 2, and lanes 5.
Checking the lane assignments as they approach 500 meters left to go in this race. And Orange Coast College and the University of California Santa Barbara A crew have kind of run away from the field. And then the rest of the crews are tightly bunched out there with Long Beach State UCI. University of California Santa Barbara B crew has made a bit of a move on the outside to try to get back into it, with Davis, the Illini from Illinois falling back, and then Vanderbilt on the far outside trying to hang into the lower echelon of this race. Along the shoreline, the two crews that were in the heats and had the best times in those heats are battling bow marker to bow marker in the gold jersey and dark shell, University of California Santa Barbara along the shoreline. And then you have Orange Coast College. It is the only or among the few community college rowing programs in the United States, and they come to our San Diego Crew Classic and appoint themselves exceedingly well. It is Orange Coast College and Santa Barbara, almost bow marker to bow marker. Then we have open water back to Long Beach State. Outside, on the far outside, that is going to be Vanderbilt, check that, UC Davis, as they come down to the last 100 meters. It is Santa Barbara on the shoreline with a very slight lead over Orange Coast College. It's about a bow length lead now as UC Santa Barbara lengthens it out to about 4 seats. It is Santa Barbara on the shoreline, Orange Coast College on the outside, then Long Beach State, and then it is an absolute battle between UCI and Davis, with the Santa Barbara B crew dropping back on the outside, Vanderbilt and Illinois trailing. Back to the finish line along the shoreline. This is Santa Barbara with Orange Coast College. Santa Barbara on the shore took it over with about 250 meters to go, and it looks like they have crossed the finish line as the unofficial winner, about a 7-seat lead over the crew in lane number 2, Orange Coast College, followed by Santa Barbara UCI. On the outside, Davis, University of California Santa Barbara, Vanderbilt, and Illinois still competing on the water. Next up is race number 84. This is the men's collegiate, third of varsity, and it is the final for this particular one. In lane number 1, California, Stanford's crew is in lane number 2. A crew from the University of California, Santa Barbara in lane 3. UC San Diego in lane 4, and San Diego State University in lane number 5. And our crews are moving down this course with a more rapidity than normal. And if you weren't with us earlier, we had a fog delay that literally you could not see the little islands right off the shoreline here, neither the finish line nor the airplane positioning tower that is out in the middle of the north end of Mission Bay. So we had to get about an hour or so, maybe about an hour and 15 behind. And we are making every effort to move it up. So the splits have been in the neighborhood of 6 and 7 minutes rather than the general 8 or 9 minute split. So they keep coming on down in this particular race. On the water now, Cal in lane 1, Stanford in lane 2, University of California, Santa Barbara in lane 3, University of California, San Diego in lane 4, and San Diego State University is in lane 5. The 5 crews are on the way down this way, and we will pick up their positioning as soon as possible.
And we are at the 1,000 meter mark.
I have verbiage up here.
And it is a
Pardon me?
great race straight across lanes 1, 3, and 4. So California A, and UC San Diego A. Nice battle here in the middle of the race. And a battle between lanes 2 and 3, Stanford and UC Santa Barbara A. And well into the lead in this race, lane number 1, California A.
The Cal crew in lane number 1 kind of running away and hiding with this one. They are being shadowed somewhat by the University of California, San Diego on the outside. And then on their inside shoulder, Santa Barbara and Stanford kind of going stroke for stroke. And then San Diego State University is trailing by a lot of open water. So the Cal crew basically running away and hiding with this one. So there could be a little bit of a boat race for the University of California, San Diego. Santa Barbara and Stanford basically for bragging rights. Stanford, as I said that, kind of nosed in front of Santa Barbara, but Cal certainly having their way. looking smart and strong in this third varsity as Cal is demonstrating the depth of their talent, because this crew certainly is coming down here smartly and would more than likely compete with any of the crews that California has. But we do have an interesting result or work in progress. University of California, San Diego is on the far outside, and they are currently in second spot. Then Santa Barbara and Stanford along the shoreline. It is UCSD by a bow length over Santa Barbara. 3 seats back to Stanford. Remember that San Diego is on the far outside, Santa Barbara in between, and Stanford closest to the shoreline. This is the battle for second place. On the outside, UC San Diego currently has the edge on that second place finish, followed by Santa Barbara and then Stanford on the shoreline. So these crews battling for some bragging rights in a challenge for second place, as San Diego State University, check that, San Diego University of California, San Diego on the far outside does pick up the second place finish unofficially. Then comes Santa Barbara and Stanford, and making a game row at the back of the field is San Diego State University.
And our next race up, the Women's Collegiate Novice Grand Final. In lane 1, University of Texas at Austin, A. Lane 2, Washington State, A. Lane 3, UCLA, A. Lane 4, Minnesota, A. Lane 5, University of San Diego, A. And in lane 6, UC San Diego, A. In lane 7, Santa Clara, A. Again, the Women's Collegiate Novice Grand Final. And they are into this race. There have been some great starts in this race. All crews across, looking strong, connected straight across that race course in the Women's Collegiate Novice Grand Final. And we have a nice battle here. Lanes 1, lanes 2. And we're coming up on the 1,000 meters, and actually, we have some open water.
On the water is the Women's Collegiate Novice Grand Final. And having their way with the field right now is University of Texas. Then going out to lane number 4, Minnesota is putting on a little bit of a challenge. But still, it appears that there might be a stern to bow marker open water. Then trying to hang in there is Washington State and UCLA. The crews that have kind of lost touch on the far outside, the University of San Diego. However, they are not really out of it. The only crews that have lost touch completely, University of California, San Diego, and Santa Clara. They're on the far outside, with Santa Clara showing a game row but not having much positive result. Texas clearly on the lead with 500 to go. Washington State was trying to make a move there, and right as they got to the 1,500 meter mark, a lot of water came splashing up, and that impeded their progress, and that has given UCLA and on the outside Minnesota an opportunity to kind of get into the hunt. University of San Diego followed by UC San Diego and Santa Clara on the outside, not competitive at this point. So we might have an interesting run for third place here, but right now it appears that Texas is on the lead, and Washington State has slid into that second position, and they have it well in hand at the moment. However, on the outside, Minnesota trying to hang in there, and UCLA fading just a little bit. University of San Diego would be on the outside, and then outside of them, UC San Diego and Santa Clara is trailing. Comfortably in hand is Texas, and they're on the shoreline here. Then we have about a boat length water back to UCLA. Back to Washington State, I should say. And then we have a bit of a contest going here for that third position. On the outside is Minnesota, the inside UCLA. They are only separated by about a half a bow length. So that might be the interesting one to watch. Looking at the finish line, it is Texas on the unofficial victory with Washington State in second. And boy, just about the time Minnesota slipped up there, they whacked an oar into one of the buoys and lost some ground. So UCLA on the near side will be the one that apparently will slide into that third position, as Minnesota had an opportunity to get up there, but they splashed up and got a bad stroke, and that will send UCLA into that third position, followed by Minnesota on the outside. And then we have University of San Diego, UC San Diego, and Santa Clara still on the race course. The apparent yet unofficial winner for race number 85, the Women's Collegiate Novice Grand Final, it is the University of Texas.
And as these women are crossing the finish line in this great race, we have had a start in the Men's Collegiate Novice Grand Final. In lane 1, California A, lane 2, Oregon State A, lane 3, Michigan A, lane 4, Washington State A, lane 5, Santa Clara A, and lane 6, Orange Coast. So again, the Men's Collegiate Novice Grand Final is crossing the 500-meter mark as Santa Clara in the women's race just crossed their finish. So in the Men's Collegiate Novice Grand Final, California, lane 1, Oregon State, lane 2, Michigan, lane 3, Washington State, lane 4, Santa Clara A, lane 5, and Orange Coast in lane 6.
These races are coming down more rapidly than originally scheduled, and that's because of about an hour and 15-minute fog delay at the beginning of the Crew Classic. The original race was to go off at 7:20, and we finally got enough visual clearance to get things going about 8:35. And in this particular race, the Cal crew, showing the depth of that program, is stepping up and has the obvious lead in the early going of this race. And it looks like things might be shaping up a little bit for second place, as apparently the Cal crew has some open water already, with Oregon State and Michigan in a bit of a tussle there for second spot. And then we appear to have a certain amount of open water back to the crews in lane 4, 5, and 6 in that order: Washington State, Santa Clara, and Orange Coast College. As our crews approach the 1,000-meter mark, we have wind going today, but not nearly as strong as the wind and chop we had yesterday, although the wind has picked up over the morning hours here as we approach our major races a little bit later on in the morning. I'd like to invite you, if hunger pangs are hitting, to visit our food court. Also, the brightly newly designed logo. They have a new one designed every year on merchandise in the merchandise tent. And of course, our vendor area. We'd appreciate it if you would patronize, if for nothing else, to stop by and say hi and thank you for being here. Still on the lead is California. They're along the shoreline, and they have led throughout. Oregon State was shadowing them just a little bit, but it looks like Oregon State has dropped back, and Michigan beginning to pull up alongside. Then we go outside to lane number 4, and Washington State is hanging back considerably now. They were kind of in it for a while there, but they seem to have lost their cadence. All the way on the outside, Orange Coast College has made a move, as those two are battling for the second third of this particular race, in which Cal has the lead. With 500 meters to go, it is California. They're along the shoreline. Oregon State had been presenting a little bit more of a challenge than they appear to be right now, and they are in second spot. And Michigan has ever so steadily crept up on them. Washington State trailing. Then to the outside, it is Santa Clara now bearing out into the lane of Orange Coast College as their oar tips almost touch, and finally Santa Clara makes a course correction and comes back to the center of their lane. And apparently the two crews did not touch, and they are going basically stroke for stroke out there. And there's going to be some bragging rights for the fourth position here, if nothing else, as it looks like Orange Coast College has gotten past Santa Clara on the outside. And once again, whether they're at the beginning of the race or the end of the race, they all have significance to a certain amount. This is California on the lead. Open water back to Oregon State. Oregon State fought off a challenge by Michigan with his call to a rather Santa Cruz College go after one another. Going to be fun to see who can hang on there, as Orange Coast College dropped back just a bit and Santa Clara snuck up there. Unofficially, at the start of this race or the end of this race, it's California, Oregon State, and Michigan. But now, just for interest's sake, we're checking to see if Santa Clara on the near side and Orange Coast College on the far side can hang in there as they get down to the finish. And it looks like the near side crew, Santa Clara, overtaking Orange Coast College at about 500 meters, does get a little bit of bragging right.
Collegiate 2. Lane 5, Stanford. Lane 6, Drexel. Again, the men's collegiate second varsity grand final. In lane 1, California. Lane 5, Stanford. And in lane 6, Drexel. To that race.
Crews have gotten through the first 100 meters where they would stop down the race if there was some breakage on the shell or in the thereof. As the crews are approaching the first 500 meters, And it is pretty much across the board from the standpoint of lane 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 in that order. And that order happens to be Cal, Yale, Oregon State, Michigan Rowing Association, Stanford Men's Crew A, and Drexel on the far outside. Generally, these lane assignments are handed out according to their time in preliminary heats. And the competition basically is for that lane number 1 and 2, where they have some protection from the land mass until they at least get up to the 1,000-meter mark, where they run into some cross currents and cross breezes from the wind-aided area underneath the Ingraham Street Bridge here at Crown Point Shores. The winds are certainly typical right now of what they generally are here at the San Diego Crew Classic, with the stanchion flags or the marker flags, the black one and the orange one, as you possibly might be able to see standing straight out. And that does present a challenge to these crews, and in particular right now, because the tide is going out, and that channel that the tide recedes will slow things down just a little bit and create a little bit of havoc for the coxswain as they try to maneuver their way through there. Not much change in the standings right now as they are through 1,000 meters, and it's pretty much lanes 1 through 6 in exactly that order. California on the lead along the shoreline in lane number 1. Yale is in lane 2, Oregon State lane 3, and then the final 3 crews in this setup: Michigan Rowing Association, Stanford Men's Crew, and Drexel in that order as they go in lanes 4, 5, and 6. Cal is on the lead. Yale is trying to keep pace with them. Oregon State and Michigan have fallen off the pace somewhat. And on the far outside, Stanford is trying to make a move. And then Drexel on the far outside, open water back. So the lanes to keep an eye on right now are 1, 2, and 5. And generally the crews that are out on the outer echelon of our race course have had the lower times in their heats. But that is not to say that sometimes sandbagging does go on in the heat races, especially if they have it in hand. But on this particular race course, the primo spots are lane 1 and 2, and so in the heat races they make every effort to get enough time to get into that situation. Approaching 1,500 meters in our 2,000-meter course here on beautiful Mission Bay in San Diego, California. We are seeing California along the shoreline. Looks like Yale has picked up the pace just a little bit, trying to eclipse that distance. And then we have open water back to Stanford in lane number 5. Oregon State challenging for the lead in the early going has fallen well back, and they are actually picking up that, have moved into a tussle for the next to the last spot. This is Cal along the shoreline. Yale on their outboard side, and then the 2 crews have open water back to lane number 5, that's Stanford. And then Michigan and Drexel have kind of gotten into it there at the back of the pack, with Oregon State trailing. 2:50 to go. This is California. California Golden Bears in the golden shell and the dark blue jerseys. And they have bow marker lead there, not quite. There is some overlap. It is Cal along the shoreline. This is Yale. And then we have about 3 boat lengths of open crew. And somehow or other, Drexel to it, and Oregon State at the back of the pack. And once again, California almost a
And our next race, the women's University of Wisconsin. This race.
As they approach the first 500 meters into this race, no one has lost touch. It appears that lanes 1, 2, and 4 are in the hunt right now. Lane 1 being California, lane 2 Texas, lane 4 Wisconsin. Lane 3 would be USC. And then looking to the far outside, Washington State has a bit of a head start against Gonzaga. The women's collegiate second varsity grand final. These crews have fought their way through 3 heats to get into this situation. And they are on the water and moving this way now as they're out to about 750 meters. And once again, that very, very strong Cal program is putting themselves out. Texas in second, Wisconsin third, USC. And we're delighted to see the Trojan pep band here as they seem to show up every San Diego Crew Classic and adds a little extra color and excitement to our 43rd annual San Diego Crew Classic on Mission Bay. Right now, their music might need to spur USC on, currently in 4th spot in this field of 6. Coming up on 1,000 meters, it continues to be Cal along the shoreline, Texas in that 2nd spot. Moving up into the 3rd position and getting up on Wisconsin is USC. And then looking to the outside, Washington State taking the measure of Gonzaga at this time. 1,000 meters to go as these crews are heading into that wind-swept area that is always a challenge. And each of the crews seem to be handling it relatively well at this time. On the shore, it's California, Texas, and now Wisconsin has battled back against USC as the Trojans fall back into that 4th position once again. All the way to the outside with Washington State and Gonzaga apparently answering back with a little bit of move in the mid-course. Cal on the lead, but certainly Texas has not lost touch. On the far outside, Gonzaga beginning to make a move as they have eclipsed Washington State and trying to make a move on lane number 3, USC, as Wisconsin has fallen back a little bit and Gonzaga has moved into that 3rd position there on the far outside in lane number 5. In lane number 6, Washington State on the trail. Texas and Cal. Cal on the shoreline, Texas on their outside shoulder. Then all the way to the outside, Gonzaga has decided to be a little bit of a competition here, as Wisconsin and USC battling one another, with Wisconsin getting the better of it at the moment, and then Washington State. Well, we'll see who has what left in the gas tank here as Cal is along the shoreline and they have led throughout. University of Texas is in lane number 2 as the USC pep band trying to get their crews back into it, but right now they're having a struggle with it as Gonzaga on the outside. USC now trying to get up on Wisconsin and then Washington State. 250 meters to go. It is California on a wire-to-wire run here. They still do not have open water over their challenger, Texas, and now they're just about accomplishing that. Stern to bow ball lead for California, followed by Texas. Open water back to Gonzaga with both Wisconsin and USC closing. Gonzaga, USC, Wisconsin, Washington State. As we will have a battle for third spot here, but looking back at the finish line, it is California on a coast-to-coast row, and they will apparently be the winner. They are being trailed by Texas, and then look at USC. They are going to be closest to the shoreline here in that battle for third spot as Cal goes by, Texas goes by, and then keeping an eye on USC as the battle goes on for third between USC and Gonzaga. USC and Gonzaga, and it looks like the Trojans picked it up, followed by Gonzaga and then Washington, and finally, Wisconsin, and finally Washington State. So a nice row for that crew of 6, or lane 6 occupied there, but the apparent yet unofficial winner would be the University of Berkeley, University of California at Berkeley, followed by Texas and Gonzaga.
And next up, the Women's Collegiate Varsity Cal Cup Grand Final. Women's Collegiate Varsity Cal Cup Grand Final. Lane 1, Tennessee. Lane 2, Miami. Lane 3, San Diego State University. Lane 4, Loyola Marymount. Lane 5, Kansas State, and in lane 6, Old Dominion. Again, the Women's Collegiate Varsity Cal Cup Grand Final, Tennessee, Miami, San Diego State, Loyola, Kansas State, and Old Dominion. They are into this race. And it appears in lane 2 we have a lead with Miami.
This is the marquee race for the women's competition here at the San Diego Crew Classic, the Cal Cup Grand Final. Tennessee, Miami, San Diego State, Loyola Marymount, Kansas State, and Old Dominion have fought it out for the right to be in this grand final at the 43rd San Diego Crew Classic. And it appears right now that it is across the board with lanes number 1, 2, 3 in that order of finish right at the moment. So it is Tennessee, Miami, San Diego State, and then outside to lane number 4, Loyola Marymount, followed by Kansas State and Old Dominion. So that is basically the order of time success in the heats. So someone that is out on the outer lanes is going to need to improve markedly over their earlier times to be able to be successful here, as Miami has pushed up even here as we are through or approaching 1,000 meters left to go in this race. Then to the outside, lane number 4, Loyola Marymount is up and challenging San Diego State. Then comes Kansas State and Old Dominion on the outside. Old Dominion currently getting the best of that lane 5 and 6 tussle at the end or the backside. The Cal Cup, one of the premier events here at the San Diego Crew Classic over the years. And at the front of it, it is Minnesota and Tennessee going almost bow marker to bow marker, although it looks like Miami has the better of it at the moment anyway. Start, middle, and finish is the mindset of these crews coming through the wind-swept area. And right as I mentioned it, Miami had a little bit of a course correction, and now they're bearing inbound. Fortunately, they got it corrected before they entered the racing lane of Tennessee. And even though they had to make a course correction there, they still appear to have a slight edge over the Volunteers from Tennessee. So it is Miami, Tennessee along the shoreline, San Diego State trying to mark things, but to their outside shoulder, they're having to fight off Loyola Marymount, as Loyola had to make a bit of a course correction as they got into the wind-swept area of our course. Now Miami beginning to exert themselves and try to pull into the lead. Sometimes if you do too much during that middle 500, it can burn you at the end. But right now it is to Miami's benefit as they have a lead over Tennessee. And then out in lane 4, Loyola Marymount is refusing to go away. And then on the far outside, Old Dominion has made a move in the last 300 meters. This is Miami on the lead, and they actually have some open water now. Loyola Marymount making a challenge into the front end of this race, but right now Miami has it in hand. It was almost bow marker to bow marker between Miami and Tennessee through the first 750 meters, but then it appears that Miami said that's enough of that garbage, and they jumped out to some open water here. It is Miami, and now Tennessee is actually fading to Loyola Marymount. Old Dominion has slipped into that 4th position, with Kansas State and San Diego State beginning to fade. This is Miami. They've had a little problem with their lane assignment, and this time they brushed very close to the shore side bow marker, or rather lane marker, and almost hit it with their oars. Fortunately, they missed it, and they have an open water lead, but the real contest right now is going to be between Tennessee and Loyola Marymount. Then on the far outside, Old Dominion, Kansas State, and San Diego State. After fighting off Tennessee in the first 750 meters, as once again Miami struggling a little bit with their lane situation, but they are on the lead and approaching the finish line, so it looks like it's going to be Miami.
Oh, they finished in the wrong lane.
And Miami did get over and cross into lane number 1, so whether that will be a protestable situation, certainly they did not cut off Tennessee, as the next crew that got across was Loyola Marymount, and then San Diego State snuck in there, and then the far outside, it was Old Dominion and Kansas State. So unofficially, even though Miami did cross over at the finish line into lane number 1, they are the apparent yet unofficial winner, followed by Tennessee. And that was the Women's Collegiate Varsity Cal Cup Grand Final.
Next up, the Men's Collegiate Varsity Cal Cup Grand Final. In lane 1, Temple. In lane 2, Purdue. In lane 3, British Columbia. Lane 4, Santa Clara. Lane 5, UC San Diego. And lane 6, Loyola Marymount. Again, the Men's Collegiate Varsity Cal Cup Grand Final. Lane 1, Temple. Lane 2, Purdue. Lane 3, British Columbia. Lane 4, Santa Clara. Lane 5, UC San Diego. And lane 6, Loyola Marymount. And they are well into this race.
Coming up for the next race for us, it'll be the men's collegiate varsity Cal Cup Grand Final. Crews on the race course right now. This is the Cal Cup Grand Final for the men's collegiate varsity. And as we mentioned, Temple is in lane number 1. In lane number 2 is Purdue, followed by British Columbia in lane 3. Santa Clara is in lane 4. University of San Diego in lane 5. And Loyola Marymount is out there in lane number 6. And we'll get a progress call to you just as soon as we can line it up. And pretty much true to form as they come through 1,000 meters. Lanes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are pretty much in that order. So it's going to be Temple, Purdue, British Columbia, Santa Clara, University of California, San Diego Toreros, and Loyola Marymount. One crew that is beginning to lose a little touch there is British Columbia. Santa Clara, UC San Diego, and Loyola Marymount cover their action. But along the shoreline in 1 and 2, Temple and Purdue, and then out to lane number 4, that's Santa Clara. Then all the way to their outside, University of California, San Diego, Loyola Marymount, and British Columbia, without regard to the fact that they were in the hunt during the first 500 meters, have fallen back to open water. Across the front of this pack, Temple, Purdue, and Santa Clara are the upper echelon, and then there is some open water back to UC San Diego, Loyola Marymount, and British Columbia in lane number 3 trailing. With 500 meters to go, Temple working on a wire-to-wire finish, but certainly Purdue has not let them out of their sights, as has Santa Clara kept its eye on the front end of this pack. And we have stern to bow marker distance drifting back to the Toreros, University of California, San Diego, Loyola Marymount, and British Columbia seems to have gotten back into it. Checking the lane assignments, our leader, Temple, on the shoreline. Their outside shoulder is Purdue. British Columbia trailing. Outside of that, it is Santa Clara trying to challenge for the top spot. And on the far outside, California, San Diego trying to Marymount at the pack. This is Temple. The lead, but they don't have it by much. About a 5-seat lead as Purdue is trying to close some ground or water there, if you will, as Purdue is trailing marker open water distance to Santa Clara. Then comes British Columbia, who came out of nowhere to come back into this. California, San Diego, and Loyola Marymount. At the head of the pack is Temple. Temple has held off the challenge of Purdue. Then we have some open water back to Santa Clara. Don't know where British Columbia came from. They were really trailing and then decided, okay, we're going to do this. University of California, San Diego, and Loyola Marymount in that order out on the outer edge. So the unofficial winner of the Cal Cup Grand Final men's collegiate is Temple University.
And next up, the women's collegiate. Oops. Varsity Jessup Whittier Grand Final. The women's collegiate varsity Jessup Whittier Grand Final. In lane 1, University of Wisconsin A. In lane 2, USC Women's A. In lane 3, California A. Lane 4, Texas Austin A. Lane 5, 8A. Lane 6, UCLA A. Lane 7, Gonzaga A. And lane 8, San Diego. Quite the race here. The women's collegiate varsity Jessup Whittier Grand Final. Lane 1, University of Wisconsin A. Lane 2, USC Women's A. Lane 3, California A. Lane 4, Texas A. Lane 5, Washington State A. Lane 6, UCLA A. Lane 7, Gonzaga A. And lane 8, San Diego A. We are well into this race.
Eight crews heading your way in one of the marquee races here at the San Diego Crew Classic. This is the Jessup Whittier Cup Grand Final. As over the years, the field for the women's events here at the San Diego Crew Classic, thanks very much in part to Title IX situations. And these are the cream of the crop as they head down north from SeaWorld in San Diego on Mission Bay.
In lane 3, we have California in the lead.
Eight crews, and no one has really lost touch with anybody else, as this is an extremely competitive field. Cal, showing their depth of program here, has a very slight lead over USC and Wisconsin. USC and Wisconsin are on their shore side lanes. So quite frankly, Cal is in a situation to be able to keep an eye on almost everybody. On their outside shoulder is Texas. And then moving to the additional outside positions in order: Washington State, UCLA, Gonzaga. And the Cal up to this point in their program have appointed themselves very well, and they are certainly in the competitive hunt for this one and to run away and hide, at least at this point of the race, as Cal, USC, and Wisconsin are certainly stroke pace as the crews reach the 1,000 meter mark. Things are pretty much textbook as you go 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, with Washington State moving up a little bit on Texas, UCLA, Gonzaga, and the University of San Diego. Turning our attention once again to the leadership on this one. Almost too close to call between the top 4 crews in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, as Texas has gotten themselves back into it a little bit. Cal, USC, Wisconsin, and Texas, and they are all overlapping. Approaching 750 meters to go. Gonna have to kind of keep an eye out on USD on the outside, as they have moved up on Gonzaga, but neither are challenging the leaders. The leaders across the line, 1, 2, 3, and 4, with Washington State beginning to push their nose into the situation. Cal continues to lead it ever so slightly, And now dropping back a little bit, USC and Wisconsin, as they have not been able to keep the withering pace of the California Golden Bears in lane number 3. Cal now keeping an eye on Texas on their outside shoulder. Nobody else has really presented a challenge to this point, as Cal, USC, and Wisconsin were almost stroke for stroke down to the first 1,000 meters. But apparently it has worn out USC and Wisconsin as they are falling back to open water. And California continues to lead it, but Texas has not gone away. California in lane number 3 continues to be on the lead. And even though it has been ever so slight in the early going, they are working on a wire-to-wire finish, but right now they're getting a lot of argument out of Texas on the lane outside of them. So it is California, followed by Texas. Then it is almost even across the board. Wisconsin, USC, Washington State. The only crew that's back a little bit is UCLA. USD and Gonzaga also in that line right across for third place, but all the marbles are in the possession of California right now, and they're going to have to see if they can hang on against Texas. It's Cal on the lead, it's Texas on their outboard side. Then USC making a bit of a comeback. They were in it in the beginning and struggled and lost out, followed by Wisconsin outside to Washington State. Gonzaga is making a run at USD, and UCLA is trailing. Cal trying to hang on, a furious charge against Texas on the outside, and holy mackerel, here comes USC on the inside. Then along the shoreline, Wisconsin back into it. It is California fighting off a charge on the outside by Texas, and an unbelievable charge by USC. It looked as though they were going to be totally out of it as we watch the finish line, and that is the University of California. And on the outside, Texas apparently hangs on just barely against USC to finish second, the Trojans third. Wisconsin on the shoreline is fourth. So the apparent yet unofficial winner from wire to wire of the 43rd annual San Diego Crew Classic, the Collegiate Varsity Jessup Whittier Grand Final, goes to the University of California.
And next race, the Men's Collegiate Varsity Copley Cup Grand Final. In lane 1, California A, lane 2, Yale, lane 3, Stanford, lane 4, Drexel, lane 5, Michigan, lane 6, Oregon State, lane 7, UC Santa Barbara, lane 8, Brock. Again, next up, the Men's Collegiate Varsity Copley Cup Grand Final. California A, lane 1, Yale, lane 2, Stanford, lane 3, lane 4, Drexel, lane 5, Michigan, lane 6, Oregon State, lane 7, UC Santa Barbara, and lane 8, Brock. They are into this race.
Another one of the San Diego Crew Classic. Stanford 5 is the Michigan Rowing Association. 6, Oregon State University, University of California, Santa Barbara in lane number 7, and Brock will be moving on the far outside in lane number 8. The crews are approaching 1,000 meters into this race. And nobody has really lost touch with the field. However, in lane number 2, Yale has gotten up on Cal in lane number 1. So it is Yale and followed by Cal right at the moment. Long way to go. Then it is almost across the board. Lanes 3, Stanford, followed by Drexel, Michigan. Check that, Drexel, then Michigan. Oregon State, Brock, and then the University of California, Santa Barbara. This is the biggie for the men here at the San Diego Crew Classic on San Diego's Mission Bay if you're joining us on the World Wide Web. And right now, Yale is keeping, the gold is pretty much keeping in touch with one another, but Yale with the, and then Cal, Stanford, Drexel, Michigan, Oregon State, Brock, and the University of California, Santa Barbara, all pretty much in touch as the Gauchos from Santa Barbara begin to fade back a little bit. And as they do that, Yale kicks it in. Inside 500 meters to go. The lead boat is Yale. They were almost during the first 500 meters. But somewhere the Yaleys got something going and really have put some distance between themselves and the rest of the pack. This is Yale on the lead. California is on the shoreline, and they hold that second position with some open water back to Drexel, Stanford, Michigan, Oregon State. Santa Barbara has gotten back into it at the rear of the pack, and then Brock. Yale certainly showing the class here as they have a 2 boat length of open water back to California. So the Ivy Leaguers are certainly showing their mettle here as they appear to be medaling in the Copley Cup. Then comes Cal, and then a lot of open water back to Drexel, followed by Stanford and Michigan. Then to the outside, Oregon State, Santa Barbara, and Brock. In almost a wire-to-wire fashion, the Copley Cup apparently will go to Yale University as the Ivy Leaguers fought off Cal in the early going and then just continued to open things up. And then a lot of open water back to Stanford, check that, to Drexel, then Stanford, followed by Michigan. On the far outside, it's Oregon State, the University of California, Santa Barbara, and Brock. So Yale, the apparent winner of the Copley Cup San Diego Crew Classic 2016.
I'm going to do it right now. And then we're actually going down for a break for the yeah. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, rowers, it is a great honor and a pleasure to direct your attention to the Jumbotron. If you can please all make your way for a special tribute to one of America's greatest female rowers, Joan van Blom. We will show a brief film. Please join her sisters, Loretta Madsen and Carol Hansen, the sisters of Joan van Blom, in front of the Jumbotron for a film tribute to one of the United States of America's premier women's rowers in 20
I started rowing in November of 1970. Karen McCloskey and I are training the double, and Tom is coaching us. I hadn't been coached before, so his coaching was the first coaching that I knew. He was not what most people think of a coach in that they yelled at you. He never yelled, never yelled. He taught, he inspired, made it come from within that you wanted it. I really wanted to be the single sculler in those first Olympics. I had my parents there and my family there and friends there. I do remember sitting on the line, and it was scary, but it was also thrilling. We'd done so much of that hard racing. We just did everything as hard as you could go. And so I had the heart and lungs, and I had the technique, and I remember, this is it, the whole race. Just every 10 strokes, okay, let's go. These little voices in your head, let's go. It's funny because, the idiots, when they're reporting Olympics, oh, you didn't win. It's like, are you freaking kidding me? These are the East Germans, the Russians. I'm 0.6 of a second off in the choppiest lane. Yeah, I didn't win. Thrill of a lifetime. Money can't buy that. I was just very, very fortunate. During 1980, the boycott, I'd really given it my all that year in the single.
You think you could have won?
Yes. I've thought about it a lot. That year, it was the fastest I'd ever been. I think that was my chance for gold. But a lot of people don't get more than one Olympics. I'm going to cry because I didn't get two. Well, I got my third in '84. I was just fortunate that I had an opportunity to do it. I'm pretty sure all four of us in the boat would have liked to have been the single sculler. But for myself, I hadn't had this experience in the Olympics. It just adds the full dimension of being in an excellent team boat. There was such respect amongst us, and we really were a team. When you talk about the most beautiful sculler in the United States, show me one better than John. We became a couple in September '74. That was 1974, and this is, 2015. What does he mean to me? I mean, he's everything. My best friend, my rock. It's been real fortunate. He stuck around. And I'm just so thankful that I came to Long Beach and I got to row, and it was magical times, magical. I've been very fortunate, and stay with it because you love it.
And now please direct your attention to the shore as we continue our tribute to the late Joan van Blom. Joining all of us from across and around the world are her teammates from the 1984 silver medal Olympic quad. They are in the midst of their row-by in tribute to the 50-year career of rowing for Joan van Blom. The teammates they raced with her during their come-from-behind silver medal win in the Los Angeles Olympic Games. Joan's seat will not be taken by a rower today. It will symbolize her spirit and her love of this sport. So in her quad, which was coached by her husband, Joan van Blom, he remains to this day the youngest single sculler ever to represent the United States in the Olympic Games. He was world champion in the men's double in 1969, a member of 5 Olympic teams. He continues to compete and to contribute to U.S. rowing today. Coxing this quad is Joan's teammate from 1984, Kelly Racon Mitchell. She was introduced to rowing right here in San Diego and rowed for Zlack. She's been involved in rowing nationwide ever since, and actually it is remarkable that she has had such an impact on this very event, the San Diego Crew Classic. She currently is at Point Loma University. Jenny Gilder, the stroke, was a member of the famous 1975 Yale women's crew that really forced the university to enact Title IX and bring parity to women's rowing at Yale. She's a member of the 1980 Olympic team and won bronze at the Worlds in 1983 as the U.S. single sculler. She is co-owner with 2 other women of the WNBA's Seattle Storm and is the author of Course Correction, a story of rowing and resilience in the wake of Title IX. Lisa Rohde, the 2-seat, hails from Nebraska, was a member of both the sweep and sculling National Olympic teams, a very difficult accomplishment. A doctor, she lives in North Carolina. And Ann Marden in bow was on 4 Olympic teams, including being the U.S. sculler in 1988 and 1992. Her uncle Charles Lund was stroke of the Harvard crew that won the Grand Challenge at Hindley in 1914. She traveled here today from England, where she works for J.P. Morgan. The friendship and love these women shared with Joan has brought them here today. If you can, please support the Joan Lynn Van Blom Women's Sculling Endowment. Go to www.natrowing.org, www.natrowing.org. Many blessings to Joan Lynn Van Blom.
Thank you very much for your warm reception to that memorial tribute. I also like to step in and mention that if you are a coxswain from any of the remaining crews and you have not weighed in, the time frame for you to do so is rapidly diminishing. So if you are a coxswain who has not weighed in for any of the events that are yet to come at our San Diego Crew Classic, you need to scoot on over to the weigh-in tent. If you're unfamiliar with where that is, the large tent on the grassy knoll, the weigh-in booth is on the north side of that, or the far side of it, and you need to get over there and get yourself weighed in so you can be part of the competition that you've traveled here to be involved in. We have the women's collegiate or petite coming up, and that will be British Columbia and the University of Victoria. And then we will move on to the Cal Cup Petite Final as our 43rd annual San Diego Crew Classic continues here shortly on Mission Bay in San Diego, California.
Okay, we are back with the race number 94 underway. Two crews from up north, British Columbia and Victoria. This is the women's collegiate varsity. So lane 1, British Columbia. Lane 2, University of Victoria.
They have moved through the first 100 meters, so they are outside the breakage situation. Most people are familiar with that, but just in case you are new here and seeing what's going on or new to our internet feed, the first 100 meters of any race, if there's a breakdown in the boat, the coxswain or the person who guides the boat is going to be the one that raises a hand and says, oops. Then the officials will come and take a check and see what the story is. And if there has been, in fact, some breakage, they will allow a restart. And if not, then you are out of the competition. So we have a two-crew race. And right now, nobody seems separated from the other. But if we were forced into making a call, we'd say the University of Victoria is currently on the lead.
Looks like British Columbia is overstroking a little bit, trying to make ground back on Victoria. So lane 1, British Columbia, lane 2, Victoria. Nice, good competitive race right now as they go into their finishing the first 500.
This is the petite final in the varsity Jessup Whittier women's competition. And they had a certain number of crews that made it into the final. They had 8 positions there. So this is the second echelon, but they are certainly racing for time and for points. And if nothing else, the experience of going head-to-head against another crew. Neither crew has lost track of the other, as this has been very competitive through the first 1,000 meters. And it appears that they are actually almost bow marker to bow marker. And as I say that, Victoria has to make a course correction as they dive in on lane number 1. However, it appears though they have righted the lane alignment, took advantage of that little course correction, and nosed slightly in front.
500, you know, really dig deep and fight back to stay up or to move on the other boat.
Been interesting strategies that we've seen on several races here. Some of the crews have decided that at the 1,000-meter mark, they're going to try to make the other guy go away, or gal, and they have really ratcheted up the stroke count. So that is all part of the strategy of moving down this 2,000-meter course, as still in all, these two crews seem very, very evenly matched, with the possible Victoria just slightly in front, but not by much.
Great to see a lot of crews from many different areas come down here to San Diego, take advantage of one of the earliest, most competitive races on the West Coast. And to see crews come all the way down from Canada is really great indication of the importance and the enjoyment to be had down here in San Diego for the Crew Classic.
Checking the lane assignments as they approach 500 meters left to go. It is British Columbia in lane number 1 and the University of Victoria in lane number 2. And Victoria has the slight edge in this women's collegiate varsity Jessup Whittier Cup petite final.
So as they're into the last 500, they're digging deep. They're going to really be taking it up probably at about the 300-meter. And as they're very close together, both crews are going to be working really hard to see who can make it to the finish line first. looks like Victoria is still maintaining their advantage and overstroking slightly British Columbia.
Columbia crew not quite as in sync with the head movements, and that's very obvious when you watch. They should all move as one, and just as they got to about 400 meters left to go in this race, BC kind of got out of sync, and that allowed Victoria to continue to open up, and it's almost a stern to bow marker lead now for the crew in lane number 2, the University of Victoria. Yellow or gold shell, white shirts, and they do have that stern to bow marker as all of a sudden British Columbia begins to ratchet it up and see if they can't make a run here in the last 100 meters. But it may be too little too late, as the outside lane, Victoria, appears to be having their way here, as the two crews were really bow marker to bow marker through a great majority of this race. And looking at the finish line there, which is just shy of the buoys that you see, the unofficial yet apparent winner of this one, University of Victoria, followed by British Columbia. So that was our women's collegiate varsity Jessup Whittier Petite final, and we'll move on to race number 95. This is the men's collegiate varsity Cal Cup Petite final, as we're getting into our Petite and third finals as we move through the final stages of the Crew Classic 2016.
So this race has now started, the Collegiate Varsity Cal Cup Petite Final. 6 boats in this race. In lane 1, San Diego. In lane 2, UC Davis. Lane 3, Orange Coast. It's always a strong competitor in this race. Washington State in lane 4. Notre Dame in lane 5, and Trinity in lane 6.
Underway in the race as they've gotten to where they are approaching 500 meters. And right now, it looks like the lane assignments based on times in the heat are kind of holding true to form, as 1, 3, and 4 are in the lead. That is University of San Diego, Orange Coast College, Washington State, then back to lane 2 and Davis, Notre Dame out in lane number 5, and then Trinity follows in the back of this 6 crew pack.
So UC San Diego, obviously home team. Expect some good performances and great times. They're all going to be working really hard to see if they can't get up on the podium for this race. These races, we've tightened up the schedule a little bit to try to make up some of the time that we lost due to the morning fog. As you know, the racing didn't start till after 8:30 this morning, because as is not unusual in San Diego, we get a little bit of the fog in the morning. Burns off, but without the visibility, not safe to do the racing. So races are now at about 7 minutes intervals, and so that means a very quick turnaround at the start.
1,000-meter mark as University of San Diego is moving along in lane Orange Coast College in Washington State. University of California, Davis has certainly not lost touch. A little bit of an opening back to Notre Dame and Trinity on the far outside. Washington State is making a move to try to get into the hunt here, but so far the University of San Diego has been in control. As I mentioned, that Washington State bears out a little bit, and of course if you're going to take the tourist route from the start to the finish, it's going to cost you some time. And that appears to be the situation with Washington State. crew in lane number 2, Davis, beginning to fall back. Orange Coast College has fallen back a bit, and despite the fact that Washington State had to make a little bit of a course correction, they are hanging in there, but their course correction did allow Notre Dame and Trinity to close the distance between the two in the back of the pack.
Yeah, if you look out on the Jumbotron here, you can see just what a great race we have here. Right now we have all 6 crews are actually visible in the frame of the shot here, so just shows just what a competitive race this is.
With 500 meters to go, it is the University of San Diego in lane number 1. And then almost across the board, it goes Davis somehow has gotten back into it there. Orange Coast College and Washington State. And then outside, although they began to trail early, Notre Dame and Trinity have come back into the picture. So no crew right now has lost touch, and that was not the case when they came through the 1,000 meters. So the trailing crews certainly kicked it into overdrive, but University of San Diego is now beginning to open up some water between themselves and Orange Coast College in lane number 3. Washington State on the outside is having to struggle to stay in it, but Notre Dame and Trinity is coming down the way, and it almost looks like the trailing 5 crews will be extremely competitive for second place. The University of San Diego on the shoreline continuing to lead it. We will give second place to Orange Coast College, and out of nowhere Davis came back again. Then Washington State on the outside. Notre Dame and Trinity are almost bow marker to bow marker. The Toreros have gotten an open water boat length lead over their next rival. Now Davis has slid into that second spot with Orange Coast College, Washington State, Notre Dame, and Trinity in that order on the outside as they begin to lengthen out, getting through the final 300 meters of this race. Looking at the finish line, this is the University of San Diego, the unofficial winner in this particular race, followed by UC Davis, and have to give credit to them. They had really trailed and begun to fall back, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they came back into the picture, followed by Orange Coast College, Washington State, Notre Dame, and Trinity.
Yeah, great race. A lot of credit to all these crews, and you can hear the air horns going off really closely together, giving you just some indication of what a tough and tight race that was. Again, just a reminder to any coxswains that have not weighed in, you need to do that immediately for any future races for the rest of the day. Go over to the other side of the main tent there and make sure you get weighed in before your race. And they're at the start for the next race. This is race number 96, the Women's Collegiate Varsity Cal Cup Petite Final. Another 6-lane race with 6 crews. In lane 1 we have Fordham. In lane 2 we have George Washington University. Sacramento State in lane 3. University of Portland in lane 4. St. Mary's from Northern California in lane 5. And St. Joseph's in lane 6. And they're off. So into the first 100 meters. Some high 10 strokes, going really hard, trying to get up on the competition and have a quick start. So once again, this is the Women's Collegiate Varsity Cal Cup Petite Final. 6 boats in the race. Fordham in lane 1, George Washington in lane 2. Feel a little bit of wind picking up, which obviously is going to be a little challenging for the coxswains as they come down here, particularly in the two inlets where you see the bridges that allow a little extra wind down, but extra shelter in between. Makes for a little strategy and when to take those power tends to try to move on the competition and also to cope with the less smooth water in those sections of the course.
Approaching the 500-meter mark, it appears that George Washington in lane number 2 has fought off Fordham, at least for the moment, followed by Sacramento State, then Portland, and then the Saints well represented in this race, with St. Joseph on the outside getting the best of St. Mary right now as they have moved through the first 500 meters of this 2,000-meter race on San Diego's Mission Bay in San Diego, California. That information, of course, for the folks that join us on the World Wide Web, and not necessary for all of you who are here, and we thank you very much for being here. A beautiful day, got off to kind of an ugly start, but has turned into something very, very pleasant.
Yes, it's always fabulous to be down here for the Crew Classic. Came out from Boston, where I understand it's snowing tomorrow, and here we have advantage of this beautiful nearly 70-degree sunny weather here down in San Diego. Fantastic.
Well, Graham, I can always go get some shaved ice and sprinkle it around up here if you'd be more at home that way. Along the shoreline, Fordham has pressed back against George Washington. Sacramento State and Portland beginning to fade just a taste, with St. Joseph's in lane number 6, followed by St. Mary's in lane number 5.
So as they've gotten through the 500, they're heading into the second 500. Now it's all about rhythm and smoothness, getting into that groove, maximum power to be able to sustain that high rating for the main body of the race. This is where they're starting to feel it, the transitioning over into the aerobic part of the race, and really trying to row as a crew as smoothly and consistently as possible.
Sacramento State has tightened up a little bit on Fordham. However, Sacramento State is currently in that third position. George Washington has fought off Fordham. Fordham had the early lead, but George Washington has kind of come back, and as we're speaking that, in the middle of the pack, Sacramento State apparently decided to do that 1,000-meter ratchet and picked up their stroke, and they are now challenging on the lead.
Always risky to take it up early, but then again, if you can get up ahead on the rest of the crews, it sure enables everybody to relax, row a little better, and sustain it going forward. But being able to take it up early and keep it going for the rest of the race, it's a long race to do that, but if you've got a strong crew, it's definitely a good tactic.
Well, in doing so, didn't work out too well for them, as unfortunately they had to take a little course correction, and then we saw a fair amount of water come splashing up. But currently Sacramento State is hanging in there on the lead with George Washington and Fordham. Nobody has really lost touch, although Fordham has not had the strongest of middle races up to this point, as they've fallen back into that third position. Sacramento State does need to be concerned on their outside shoulder, because Portland has closed down some ground. And then to the far outside, so with each other, St. Mary's in lane 5 and St. Joseph's in lane 6, almost bow marker to bow marker.
So still looking at a pretty competitive race here. We're certainly seeing that George Washington and Fordham, good battle, but Sacramento State up on both of them, and then Portland, St. Mary's, St. Joseph's battling it out in the second half of the field.
Have come up on Sacramento State on their outside shoulder, so all of a sudden Sac State has something to be concerned about, whereas before they were looking to the shore side against George Washington and Fordham, and now all of a sudden their attention needs to go to the outside, as Portland has had an outstanding 500 meters here, and they are up challenging for the lead.
So it's the last 500 meters. go down, give them a good cheer. They can start to hear you now. And this is where it's really going to count, because this is a pretty close race here. Go on, let's make sure these crews can hear your support, okay?
This is Portland University in lane number 4, and they have come out of nowhere to get back into this thing. Sacramento State is fighting them off, and all of a sudden Fordham woke up a little bit in the last 100 meters and has ratcheted up their stroke count, with George Washington then going back to St. Mary's has the better of St. Joseph's on the outside. So Portland with a very interesting charge over the last 750 meters now has slid into the lead by about 6 seats. Along the shoreline, here comes Fordham, and Sacramento State trying to hang on. George Washington has kicked it up. So somewhere Fordham found something, and they are along the shoreline, and they are only about a bow length behind Portland on the outside. So it is Fordham on the shoreline, Portland on the outside, with Sacramento State and then George Washington. Open water back to St. Mary's and St. Joseph's. So on the shoreline side, keep an eye out. It is Fordham on the near side and Portland on the outside. As they approach the finish line, whoa, it is too close to call. We will call it Fordham by about a half a bow length, as they jumped up and caught Portland right at the wire. Then comes Sacramento State and George Washington, St. Mary's and St. Joseph. Where did Fordham come from?
Great race, very hard fought, and joy to watch those crews really give it their everything there as they go neck and neck to the finish line. It's also pretty tough sometimes, as you'll see. There's you've got to get the parallax, you've got to line up the buoys to see exactly which crew is in front, and sometimes you get a bit of an illusion that the outside crews are doing better, and then as they come nearer you can see the lines of the buoys to see exactly who's in front.
That was an impressive row by Fordham University. They actually came from the 4th position over the last 750 meters, and boy, they found something and got up there to unofficially just barely win it over Portland University. Gonna check on the replay of the Jumbotron and see if we can come up with a definitive answer here. On the near side is Fordham, and they're coming from behind. Portland on the outside, and right at the end there, it looks like Fordham, with that last power stroke, did in fact get into first place, followed by Portland on the outside, and then Sacramento State. Well, that is one of the better finishes that we've had at this edition of the San Diego Crew Classic.
Excellent race. Well, for our next race, we have a 4 race. This is a women's collegiate D2, D3 club 4, straight to final. 4 boats. They're there at the start, getting ready for their start. In lane 1, we have Orange Coast. And they're off. Lane 2, Berkeley. Lane 3, UC Santa Barbara A. And lane 4, UC Santa Barbara B. So again, this is the women's collegiate D1, D3, sorry, D2, D3 club 4 final. Orange Coast and Berkeley, and then the 2 Santa Barbara crews. Obviously, we expect Santa Barbara A to beat Santa Barbara B. Let's see if Santa Barbara B can challenge Santa Barbara A. That's always a satisfactory outcome when the B boat beats the A boat. Shouldn't happen, but sometimes it does.
Little bragging rights in the boathouse there.
Yeah.
And the 2 Santa Barbara crews are on the far outside in lane 3 and 4. And then they have gotten underway and are approaching the first 500 meters. And it appears that Cal has a very slight lead over Orange Coast College. Of course, if you are familiar with racing and the San Diego Crew Classic, you're probably aware that Orange Coast College is, if not the only, but one of the very few two-year colleges that has a rowing program, and they certainly show up very well every time they come down to the San Diego Crew Classic. And let's talk about bragging rights right now. It looks like the B boat is ever so slightly ahead of the A boat from the Santa Barbara University of California. And won't that be fun to take the ride home and say that the B beat the A? But right now, nobody is really out of touch as we've come through the first 500 meters.
Another interesting thing to think about in this boat is that the Cal boat is actually a lightweight boat. So they're competing against open weight competition here from Santa Barbara and Orange Coast. Orange Coast program, always excellent program there from Newport, and some excellent coaching over the years down there. Good friend of mine, Paul Prillo, used to be coaching and deliver some fantastic results, and good to see the tradition continuing on.
And especially rewarding, I would suspect, in light of budget cuts in the community college system throughout the state of California. So it certainly is a credit to those involved in that program that they have been able to sustain such a high level of competition and yet be a two-year college rather than a four-year university against whom they compete. Well, it looks like the Santa Barbara A boat has finally said, okay, that's enough of that garbage, and they are leading the B boat. However, at the head of this competition, Orange Coast College and the University of California hanging in there stroke for stroke and battling each other in the first 1,000 meters of this race.
Yeah, you can see there the Cal crew in their yellow Embanger doing a great job there with in lane 2, and Orange Coast battling them, maybe moving now in lane 1.
Approaching 1,000 meters, and we'll make note again that this is a 4 competition, so they're going to be moving down the 2,000 meter race course at a little bit slower clip than the 8s do, of course. But it looks like Orange Coast College has taken the measure of California 1-2. And then outside with the little open water back from Cal, Santa Barbara A has the best at the moment of Santa Barbara B, but the B crew certainly has not run away and hidden on this one.
No, it's great that we can get really get together in the floor and see the difference. So racing, I'm sure they get enthusiasm as they come down here. So there's about 750 meters to go. This is where it's starting to get pretty darn painful, and they're going to be getting ready to do that final push for the final 500.
Still looking at that 1-2, Orange Coast College in 1 and Cal 2. And then outside, boy, there's not a whole lot of difference between.
No, Santa Barbara B is looking pretty. They're not giving up without. All of you for coming out here supporting the Crew Classic, but don't area and give them your strong support.
On the water, the Women's Collegiate D2, D3 Club 4+. And back together, so not allowing Cal to sneak up on them. Kind of fun to watch Santa Barbara's A and B. They are trailing out here.
Part of They're near, and particularly if they're ahead on the other crews, they're feeling pretty good by now, and they know they can finish the race.
About 100 meters to go. This is Orange Coast College along the shoreline, white shell and red shirts, jerseys. Open water back to Cal in the gold shell and the dark blue jerseys that they work from. But let's watch. The A crew for Santa Barbara is on the near side. The B crew is on the outside, and they are going stroke for stroke.
Looks like A is up slightly, but sometimes it's just a matter of timing when the blades go in, and that's when the boat moves forward.
Okay, looking at the finish, Orange Coast College and Cal, but let's get some fun out of this one. Santa Barbara A battling to try to keep their advantage over the Santa Barbara B. The A crew is closest to the camera, the shoreline, as crossing the finish line, Orange Coast College followed by Cal. But let's watch who has the bragging rights from Santa Barbara. Near side is A, far side is going to be B. And checking the finish up here, it looks like the B boat has the advantage right at the moment. B is on the outside, the A is on the inside. This is for bragging rights, and it looks like the B crew outlasted the A crew, and there'll be some discussion in the Santa Barbara boathouse after this one for sure.
Good job, Santa Barbara B. Nearly half a length there. Fantastic. A little bit like two races, but nobody giving up, and great racing to watch here down at the San Diego Cruise Classic. Sure, which ones? Okay.
What time does he want?
11 o'clock. So I'd like to recognize Sharp, a sponsor of the Crew Classic every year. Sharp prevents disease and helps people stay healthy. Get a complete healthcare exam in one day. Visit sharp.com/Cushman. Also, the Zenith, a Fairfax company, strong supporter. Thank you for supporting the San Diego Crew Classic. And American Specialty Health, National Health Services Company. American Specialty Health is a longtime sponsor of the men's Cal Cup. Thank you, American Specialty Health. So please also support Boathouse Sports, another strong supporter of the Crew Classic, apparel and other great sporting goods from Boathouse Sports. And Newport Aquatic Center, up there in Newport Beach, and the San Diego Crew Classic. Thanks Newport Aquatic Center for providing the still water vessels for referees at the regatta. And Myrmidon Expeditions, MASH San Diego Crew Classic 2016. Thank you for your support. So if you see any of these organizations that are sponsoring the San Diego Crew Classic, make sure you stop by whether they have a tent or a booth, and go and talk to them, see what they have, and thank them for supporting the Crew Classic.
Okay, we're taking a check right now on race number 98. It is the Women's Collegiate Division II, Division III Club Novice Final. And they got off to a false start. So we're going to call this one back. And they will probably go to the next race and allow things to reform here.
Yeah, in the interest of time, we want to try to do everything to get as close to the schedule as possible. Currently running published schedule, so Going to move on to the race number 99, the Women's Masters Club third final. These are Masters events, and this is the club, handicapped club race, which will have 6 boats in it as they're getting organized at the start. So the previous race was full start. Happens. This is a Collegiate Novice race. So if one boat started before the rest of the boats before the umpires start, then they call it back and redo it. And in the interest of time, sometimes the race schedule to maximize the available time we have. What are we looking at on the main program now? Looks like the referees are just organizing to determine exactly what the lineup is going to be, what the next race will be, and exactly what happened in that full start. Yes, just be aware we have an emergency on the shore. The lifeguard is coming through and we'll have some great volunteers and assistants here at the Crew Classic to take care of any situation.
While we're waiting for things to get organized here after the false start down at the start at the foot of the Sky Ride at SeaWorld, we'd like to mention some of the outstanding sponsors that have been involved in the San Diego Crew Classic. Our gold sponsors: American Specialty Health, Sharp Memorial Hospital, Camp Land on the Bay, and Lang & Brown CPA Accountancy Corporation. Silver sponsors here for the San Diego Crew Classic is So Sporty, Boathouse, Concept 2, U.S. Rowing, the Mission Bay Yacht Club, SRD, Union Bank, and Stone Brewing. Our silver sponsors: Goldfield Stage Lines, Prudential Dunn Realtors, AMR Rural Metro, and of course our media sponsors: Row 2K, the Union Tribune Publishing Company, and the good folks at Channel 6 Television, CW6. So as Graham mentioned before, without regard to whether you have specific business with those individuals or not, the Crew Classic would gain a great boost by you at least acknowledging that these folks have been part of your enjoyment for this Saturday and Sunday, the 43rd annual San Diego Crew Classic. And if you're watching us on the World Wide Web, I'm going to be a disgusting native San Diegan and invite you to come to our community. If you have never been here before, shame on you.
Yeah.
Beautiful city, beautiful bays, lots of things to do and see. And if you're up to your eyeballs in snow or bad weather or whatever, might be a time to sneak out and get to Southern California, and in particular, the city of San Diego.
That's right, Alan. All the racing is streaming live on YouTube, and those races will also be there to review after the race and throughout the next year or so. So you can go back and see what actually happened, and all the video that you can see here on the Jumbotron, that's also going to be available out there on YouTube every single race. So it's a fantastic capability that the Crew Classic organization has provided every year, and I really take advantage of that. By the way, another thing to take advantage of is the Stone beer over at the beer garden. You know, those masters, for example, that rode yesterday, they can now relax and enjoy the beer garden. The Stone Brewing, they have 3 excellent beers. They have a Imperial Stout, a very delicious IPA, and an extremely tasty pale ale, so go check it out. I was down there myself yesterday, and I can personally vouch for the quality of it. And San Diego, of course, one of the leaders in the nation with craft beer and brewing, and new development, well, relatively new, I guess. It's been going on for a while for San Diego.
Here I thought you were reading that from a chart, and I find out that it's from personal endorsement. My.
The best.
Well, we're not exactly sure who is going to be on the stake boats at the moment. We had a false start in the Women's Collegiate D2, D3 Club Novice Final. And whether they have set them aside and gone to the Women's Master Handicap Race, third final, is not yet known, and we'll try to bring you up to date on what's happening there.
Well, whoever they are, they're off, and maybe we can figure it out by counting the boats. I think there's 6 boats in this race, and if so, then that's the Women's Masters Club third final. So race number 99 is, as we said, this is now, we'll skip that previous race, and they're off with Los Gatos in lane 1, Willamette in lane 2, Marin B in lane 3, Zlak A in lane 4, Newport in lane 5, and Vancouver in lane 6. So again, this is a handicap race, the Women's Masters Club third final.
And all we will be able to give you is the order of finish and not the handicapped finish. So we'll try to keep you abreast of what's happening with the handicap situation, or the order of finish situation, and not the handicap.
Yeah, in days gone by, they would arrange the handicap in advance so that you would be able to see at the finish who finished first. But that did mean crews waiting at the start and not having that head-to-head racing down the course. So that's now been changed, and the handicap timing will be reflected after the race in the total times allocated for the crews.
Coming through the first 500 meters, as the crews are approaching that, This is handicapped by age bracket and average age in the boat. And right now, Willamette appears to be on the physical lead. Whether they are in fact on the handicap lead is yet to be determined.
And if you want a local crew to support, the Zlack women, they're based here in Mission Bay, and that's the local crew here in this race.
On the far outside, Vancouver, at least positionally, is apparently in that third spot. Los Gatos trailing would be Zlack and Newport. But on the hand situation, they would certainly be better physical position. On the lead is Willamette along the shore.
Have a younger, faster boat and try to beat the old folks with more of the handicap.
I heard you start to say goat. Knock it off. I speak for all of us old goats.
We're all old if we're masters.
Lane number 3, that would be Marin, is on the lead, and Vancouver on the far outside is not going away. A lot of open water back to Willamette.
Come on, Zlack. Get back in the race.
You're in the announcer's booth, sir. You're supposed to be neutral up here.
Well, I know, but you've got to make it interesting. I am neutral. May the best crew win. I'm sure they will.
Nice recovery. Marin on the lead. On the outside is Vancouver. Then we have some open water back to Willamette. And then a lot of open water back to the trailing crews on the outside. Was kind of back is trailing.
Yeah, Vancouver doing a usually not as easy to row in those outside lanes. You don't get quite as much benefit as some of the shelter near the shore. So outstanding to see Vancouver so strong out there in lane 6.
Marin closest to the shores on the lead. On the far outside, that's Vancouver. Willamette is the third crew that you see. They're all now inside 500 meters to go. On the far outside, that's Newport.
So as they come into the 250 to go, they should all be taking it up as much as they can. Just about 40 strokes left to go.
Vancouver is taking the scenic route. They had drifted outside and maybe even gotten as far outside as lane number 7. And in making their course correction, they kind of lost some ground to Marin as Marin continues now to hold the lead. Vancouver was challenging on the outside there. Again, this is all handicap. Who is doing well here or not, but just for positional sake. Marin, red, white jerseys and red hats. All the way on the outside, Vancouver. This is Willamette along the shoreline. Then we have some open water back to Newport on the outside. Los Gatos along the shoreline. And then the women of Zlack struggling a bit, and they are well back. But if you have a bunch of 90-year-olds rowing, why they might actually be winning here. So we'll see what happens later on. This is, in fact, the Women's Master Club third final.
And there goes Marin.
Marin crosses up, followed by Vancouver. Willamette glides in on it. And Newport, Los Gatos, and Zlak still on the race course. So we'll see next whether we're going to have the Women's Collegiate Division 2-3 Club Novice Final, which had a false start, or whether we'll go to the Women's Master Club 8+ Petite Final. We'll get you up to date as soon as we have some knowledge about what is going to be coming down the ways.
There we go, we still have Zlak on the course. They won't be starting the next race until all these boats are clear of the course. So we just heard that the next race will be the race number 98, the Women's Collegiate D2, D3 Club Novice Final. So straight to final with 7 boats. So now they're off. Looks like they had a moving start. And so race number 98, Women's Collegiate D2, D3 Club Novice Final underway with Orange Coast in lane 1, UC Santa Barbara in lane 2, UC Davis B in lane 3, Long Beach State in lane 4, UC Irvine in lane 5, Cal Lightweight A in lane 6, and UC Santa Barbara B in lane 7. So we've got to keep track of all the A's and B's in this race.
And anything like keeping track of your P's and Q's. All right, we're on the way with the Women's Collegiate Division 2-3 Club Novice Final. Any kind of heat situation, so they're out. Has a little bit of advantage over Santa and Orange. Then I'm going to look far outside, and Santa Barbara B is putting themselves into the situation. Then comes UC Irvine and Long Beach State with the Cal crew trailing.
Looks like Orange Coast and UC Davis B doing a very competitive race there with UC Santa Barbara A neck and neck as they went through the 1,000 meters. Coming up to about 750 meters to go.
Orange Coast College and Davis getting after one another at the head of the pack here with the Santa Barbara A boat hanging in there. And then we have some open water back to the other crews with the Santa Barbara B boat on the far outside doing a relatively decent job of competing. However, Cal on the inside has been all over their lane and has fallen back. Also struggling a little bit is the novice crew in the Irvine boat, as they have gone crossways to the lane and now have gotten themselves straightened out.
So once again, as a reminder, these are novice crews, novice collegiate crews in their first year of rowing. And the Cal boat in lane 6 is a lightweight crew competing in an open weight race.
Davis on the lead. Santa Barbara A crew is shadowing them. Orange Coast College leaderboard outside, that's their B crew. And just as we took a look at them to see how they were doing, lots of water was coming up. The Cal novice crew is also struggling just a bit.
No, Santa Barbara B looking pretty good out there in the outside lane there, and so we've got 7 boats in this race. I remember when we only had 6 boats, 6 lanes here at the Crew Classic, then got expanded to 7. Now we have some races that have 8, just an indicator of the popularity and importance of this event here nationwide.
Well, Santa Barbara on the far outside is really struggling right now. They have gone on an S-curve and seen a lot of splashing out there. So they have somewhat lost momentum. Along the shoreline, this is Santa Barbara, and outside of them is Davis. Along the shoreline, we have listed as Orange Coast College. Not sure who the USC pep band is supporting in this particular one, because we don't have a USC crew unless we've missed the boat on this, no pun intended. On the lead, the Santa Barbara A crew, outside shoulder, that would be Davis. Then there's some open water back to Orange Coast College. Santa Barbara B crew had challenged up towards the front, but they have fallen back now, and they are sliding ever so slightly back into 4th position. Then outside to Santa Barbara. Then Long Beach State, they had earlier been quite out of it. Then UC Irvine, and then the Cal crew, Novice crew, has struggled most of the way down the race course. So the Santa Barbara A boat shell coming up towards the finish line. Davis had an early lead in this and then relinquished it just around the 1,000-meter mark. And then Orange Coast College along the shoreline will finish up unofficially in that 3rd spot. A little bit of a bug tussle out there between Long Beach State, coming from quite a ways back, and outside to the University of California Santa Barbara B boat. That boat struggled a little bit, so if we watch that ending right there, on the near side is going to be Long Beach State, and on the far side, the Santa Barbara B boat. And it looks like Long Beach State will have the bragging rights for that particular finish there. The Santa Barbara B boat had a little bit of a struggle right around the 500-meter mark, where they slapped some water around a little bit and did not have some clean entry there. And then that follows up with University of California Irvine, and then the Cal Novice boat also struggled in mid-course, and finishing up there at the race number 98, the Division II-3 Club Novice Final. And we are going to go on to the Women's Masters Club Petite Final. This again is a handicap race, as are the, and that will not be a handicap situation as we move through the afternoon's program at the 2016 San Diego Crew Classic. And of course, they still have the food court going, they've got the beer garden going, they have the vendors booth area, which is going to be to the west of the large white tent.
Yes, this is race number. So this is race number 100, the Women's Masters Club Petite Final. So previously we saw the Women's Club 3rd final. This is now the Petite Final before we get to the Grand Final later on this day today. In lane 1.
And Alex. Then you look at fallen out of touch would be the outside crew of Los Angeles. Well, we only see 5 crews out there.
Yeah, we believe that Bear Republic in lane 5 may have scratched.
And they failed to get our permission. Oh well. Alexandria along the shoreline. So is that lane 5 out there? Is that Bear Republic? And lane 4, Sacramento didn't show up? Not exactly sure. We'll try to figure it out for you.
Yeah, it's looks like lane 4 is missing, but that would be Sacramento Aquatics Center.
Okay, so Bear Republic is out there. Along the shoreline, this is Alexandria. And this is the Women's Master Club 8 with, and it is the petite final.
Long way to come for the Alexandria women, but looking strong and confident out there in lane 1 for the Women's Masters Club. Again, this is handicap race, so final standings will be determined by the handicap timing.
Well, looks like an interesting finish coming up here between Conibear and Don Rowing. Both struggling a little bit with water splashing up around their oars as they bite in. Fortunately, no one has been launched out of a boat so far this year, but anybody familiar with crew racing knows that that can happen. There's such a tremendous amount of torque on these oars that are 20 to 30 feet in length. Alexandria well on the lead, and now we have a little bit of a bug tussle here between lane number 2, Conibear, closest to the shoreline, and outside shoulder for them at Don Rowing as Conibear strokes by and has about a 2-seat lead and trying to hang on to it. Then we have open water back to Sacramento, or check that, back to Bear Republic, and then Los Angeles is trailing. So just for interest's sake, Alexandria across the finish line. We'll see whether it is Conibear on the near side or the outside Don Rowing. Conibear with about a half a bow length lead as they come up to the final finish line here, and it looks like Conibear will hang on to it. They have approximately a 1-seat lead unofficially as they come across the finish line, but once again, it's going to be a handicap race, and even though they finish in that order, it might be all different when they get the calculators and computers going to work on it. Next up, another Masters race that is handicapped, and this will be the Men's Master Club 8 Plus Petite Final.
So yes, the Men's Club 8 Petite Final, 3 boats, Sacramento Aquatic Center in lane 1, College Club Seattle in lane 2, and East Bay in lane 3. So that's East Bay up in Northern California.
To make up delay this morning, this race is on the water right now, and the crew that has it well in hand is College Club Seattle. They're in the middle of the pack. Along the shoreline would be the Sacramento gang, and trailing, check that, along the shoreline is Sacramento, and they are well back. So the 2 crews that are beginning to come into view to the finish line area, College Club Seattle is on the lead, and then East Bay is on their outside shoulder.
So East Bay, a relatively new club to Masters Rowing, but last mile you have to go. And so 500 meters for rowers typically means last 500 meters.
College Club Seattle is this crew in the lead coming into view. To the majority of our folks along the shoreline of Mission Bay and San Diego. Still have some fog looking like it's trying to pounce down on us coming over the area in this section called Point Loma. And that cloud bank has been ever so rapidly moving in, and it is beginning to move in with a little bit of a brisk wind over what they call Crown Point and down onto our location of Crown Point Shores. So hopefully we won't have another fog delay. But if you've ever been in the football and baseball, former football and baseball stadium up in San Francisco, you know it can
come down last 100 meters, and Seattle looking strong and confident, well ahead of East Bay. But again, you know, we don't know the final results with the timing, but still working hard. Sacramento Aquatic.
along the shoreline here, finishing up would be the
By the way, Alan, if we do get the fog coming over, it might actually reduce the wind a little bit. Right on the cusp of the fog, you always get a little extra wind, and then once it's gone over, things smooth down. But unlikely to get it all the way down to water level, so I don't think it'll delay any of the racing this afternoon.
Well, I have it in my contract that if we get fogged out in the afternoon, I get unlimited craft beer, so I'm kind of rooting for the fog, frankly.
And I'll be with you, Alan.
Don't forget the beer garden here at the San Diego Cruise Classic. Craft beer is available for you. And they brew some excellent craft beer here in San Diego.
Yeah, I think it's $5 a ticket, so it's pretty reasonable. Okay, so it looks like we're over with the Men's Masters Club 8 Petite Final. So next up, race number 102 is back to 4 Coxville race and Collegiate. This is the Women's Collegiate Varsity Grand Final. We have 6 crews in this race. Cal in lane 1, Texas Austin in lane 2, USC Women in lane 3, San Diego, UC San Diego in lane 4, UCLA in lane 5, and Washington State in lane 6.
It appears that the Texas campus has staked out their position on the low tide line and have penciled in or scraped in, or whatever you want to call it, Texas. The USC band is poised at the sideline of the shore, and they're ready to go. So on the water right now, as we are making an attempt to fix the audio problems on the northern part of the race course. The crews are on the water and headed this way, and as we are on ground level, a little bit more difficult to pick up who's who and what's what, but right now it looks like Texas does in fact have a slight edge over California. The Longhorns are in lane number 2 and right now seem to have the best of it, but this final 1,000 will tell the tale.
And of course we do have a local team in this race, UC San Diego in lane 4. I'm sure they'll get a little bit of support as well. But this is a grand final, 4s race. Women's Collegiate Varsity for grand final. I'm sure there's a big cup associated with this race.
750 meters to go in this one as the crews approach that mark. It's the red, or check that, the black flag almost in the middle of the channel as the crews come along the area under the Ingraham Street Bridge. And it still continues to be on the front, Texas and Cal, and then USC, USD, outside to UCLA and Washington State.
Yeah.
Just outside 500 meters to go. Slid into that first place position. Then Texas. Then USD has moved up on USC. So Cal right around the 1,000-meter mark jumped up on their stroke count and picked up a rolling start and got past Texas.
So
At about the same time, USD made a move on USC, and then comes UCLA and Washington State.
So Cal here in lane 1, less than 500 meters to go as they come up to the black flag for the last 250 meters, and lots of enthusiastic support on the shoreline here.
The crew burnt orange is rooting on their Texas colleagues, but so far gone for naught as Cal is in the lead in this 4 with California followed by Texas, and they have some open water back to a pretty close contest as USC has gotten up on USD. Then there's some open water back to UCLA, and Washington State is trailing. This is California. California with the white shell and golden jerseys, white caps. The ladies moving along comfortably in that number 1 position as they and Texas fought it out. Texas had the better of it early, but California came back and got them. Then it is to lane number 3 in 3rd position. It appears that it will be USC unless something drastic happens in the last 50 meters. Then outside to the University of San Diego, UCLA, and Washington State still on the race course. So the unofficial winner, California.
Yeah, you don't see that happen very often where they got the seating absolutely perfect and the boats all finished in the lane order they started. But tough race and great job by Cal there. And the band is still playing. Okay, we have another race getting ready. This is, actually I think they're underway. This is the Women's Collegiate 4B final. So there's 5 crews here straight to the final. And we have USC in lane 1. We have UC San Diego in lane 2, UCLA in lane 3, Sacramento State in lane 4, and San Diego State in lane 5. So we have all California crews in this this race, and 2 local crews, UC San Diego in lane 2, San Diego State in lane 5 for the Collegiate 4, Cox 4B final.
Nearing the 1,000-meter mark, it is the University of San Diego with a slight edge. They number 2. They've got the measure right, riding into that 3rd position. The far outside is Sacramento State, and on the complete outside in lane number 5, San Diego State University. Every year here at the San Diego Crew Classic, at least in recent years, a pep band has come down, and it's a pleasure to have them down here. And we also see some enthusiastic support for the University of Texas. So on the water, USD, USC, UCLA, Sacramento State, and San Diego State University.
Yeah, you'll see the tide has gone out a fair ways, so that's actually very nice as far as the water conditions go. It makes it a little more stable. But it also means that you can get a little closer to the action, and people are actually down here on the shoreline getting close up to the crews as they come by. So take advantage of that. You don't just have to look at the Jumbotron. You can come right out and see it directly on the shoreline here. And there's a lot of supporters out there. So come out and make sure the crews can hear you as you cheer them as they go by.
Approaching the final 500 meters of this 2,000-meter race, and this is where the burn really begins. And it is the University of San Diego. This is 4 rowers in the boat. And so the times are a little bit slower, and they have a tendency to spread out a little bit more than the 8s. USD catches some splashing water there, but doesn't seem to be impaired at the moment. USC along the shoreline, and they're now being challenged on the outside by first UCLA, and Sacramento State has made a little bit of a move. The Aztecs from San Diego State University struggling just a bit on the back of this pack. Inside 500 meters, the University of San Diego appointing themselves very well here in this particular contest. University of Southern California is in row number or lane number 1 and second spot, and they need to kind of keep an eye out of their cross-city rivals UCLA. The Bruins have made a bit of a move and beginning to close down a bit on SC. Sacramento State and San Diego State trailing, having to make a course correction as they got sideways to their buoy markers and have gotten themselves back underway and trying to go straight down the course this time. USD on the lead. USC, Southern Cal in second spot, UCLA, followed by Sacramento State and San Diego State University.
Yeah, great job by UC San Diego, leading for the majority of this race. Looking very smooth and together as they come down to the final. Last 100 meters, definitely being a challenge here on the shore by USC, but neither crew is going to give an inch, and putting their maximum all the way through to the final finish line here.
USD with some open water over Southern California along the shore, looking out to lane number 3 in the white shell and white and blue jerseys. That would be UCLA. They have an open water lead of about 2 boat lengths over Sacramento State, and San Diego State University struggling just a bit and trailing. Looking to our finish line, a wire-to-wire run for the Toreros of the University of San Diego, followed by the Trojans of USC. Then UCLA, and still on the water, Sac State and San Diego State University. Many outstanding sponsors step up and help out with the San Diego Crew Classic, and one of those major sponsors, the David C. Copley Foundation. Crew Classic would like to thank the Copley Foundation for their continued support for rowing in general and this event in particular. Freedom Rows that we had earlier, all part of the military salute here at the 2016 San Diego Crew Classic. Crew Classic in its 43rd year, and they have a new logo every year. And if you've been around for some time, I know a lot of people have the classic t-shirt collection, so make sure you get down and see the new logo that they have for this year and get yourself a Crew Classic t-shirt at the merchandising tent. Another proud sponsor of the San Diego Crew Classic would be the American Specialty Health. They are a national health services company, and they began sponsoring the San Diego Crew Classic more than 15 years ago. Hats off to the American Specialty Health Organization. We have a race underway, but we'd like to also acknowledge the Goldfield Stage Company. They are a perfect choice for transporting your winning team from event to event with reliability and ease. Whether it's your crew, your golf team, or the fans, Goldfield Stage Lines can handle groups from 15 to up to hundreds. Call Goldfield Stage at 619-579-5300 and ride the wave in style. Many volunteers help us here at the San Diego Crew Classic, and one of the groups of volunteers would be the Boy Scouts Troop 295. So thank you very much for the boys and girls of Boy Scout Troop 295. Thanks extended from the San Diego Crew Classic.
So right now we have race number 104 coming down the course. This is the Men's Collegiate Novice B Final. So we have 6 boats in this race. Orange Coast in lane 1, UC Santa Barbara in lane 2, UC Davis in lane 3, UCLA in lane 4, San Diego State in lane 5, and the UC Berkeley, the Cal lightweight crew, the Novice Collegiate B Final crew in lane 6. So 6 boats here coming down the course. Running about 45 minutes to 50 minutes behind schedule right now. And obviously we'll try to be making that up as we go forward the rest of the afternoon. By the way, we certainly thank all the sponsors and the people helping the Crew Classic come together, but also all the volunteers and the organizers of this event. This is a formidable event, indicating involved in organizing this event or helping out or volunteering. Be sure to express your appreciation. And maybe consider also yourself volunteering and participating, helped organize this event for future years.
We do have a volunteer check-in tent, and that is just to the east of the Jumbotron. The first tent is a merchandising tent that we would encourage you to go and check out. But then behind that is the volunteer check-in, and whether you volunteered this year or would like to get involved in years coming up, that would certainly be a place to drop off your information and be a part of this wonderful presentation in San Diego, one of the premier events, not only in rowing, but in sports in San Diego. Orange Coast College along the shoreline does have the measure right now, and they are beginning to open up some water between themselves and second place, Santa Barbara, the University of California, Santa Barbara. Outside of that, Davis was trying to get up in there, but they had a little bit of a course correction that they needed to accomplish, as did the next 2 crews out, Davis and UCLA. On the far outside, California seems to be sneaking up there, although they appear to have ventured out into outside lane a little bit farther out than they really needed to be, and that certainly is going to add to their challenge to get into this race. In the race, lane number 1, Orange Coast College on the lead. Santa Barbara is in second spot, and they're in lane number 2. Then in lane 3, it is Davis. Outside shoulder for Davis is UCLA. San Diego State is in lane 5, and that cowboat trying to sneak up on the far outside, trying to get there undetected, unfortunately with their course correction and going way out into actually lane number 8 before they finally got things back together again, have impeded their progress, and they have slid back to about the 3rd or 4th position.
So as they come through into the third 500 with nearly 1,500 meters down, this is where the race starts to separate out, and the leaders try to get some distance before moving into the final 500. So Orange Coast looking strong and confident, length ahead of the rest of the field there.
Orange Coast College at 500 meters left in this race is on the lead. Santa Barbara trying to shadow them, but they have not been able to close up the open water gap so far. Then all the way to the outside, Cal trying to hang in there after correcting their situation. And then there is open water back to the crew in lane number 4, and that would be UCLA. And UCLA and Davis are kind of stroke for stroke, and trailing is San Diego State University. About 300 meters left to go in this one. Orange Coast College with a comfortable lead. They have open water back to the University of California, Santa Barbara. Way outside, Cal tried to sneak in there, but it looks like their mid-course correction damaged their efforts. UCLA is now taking the measure of Davis, and then San Diego State University is trailing. This is Orange Coast College. Boy, when they come to San Diego, they really let the world know that they are here. And this golden shell, yellow shell with the white jerseys and mostly white caps, has an open water lead over the University of California, Santa Barbara.
So yeah, we hear a lot of cheering going on for these leading crews. So Orange Coast, very confident, as always, doing a fantastic job. And then UC Santa Barbara also looking pretty good, actually.
Okay, Orange Coast College, Santa Barbara, and then back to Cal. But here comes an interesting charge between Davis and UCLA. Now, Davis is on the near side and UCLA on the far side. They're battling it out for bragging rights in fourth position here, but that is where the race is right now. Orange Coast College, Santa Barbara A across the finish line, and Cal. But let's take a look at Davis near side and UCLA far side. And this is the battle for fourth place. It is Davis on the near side, UCLA on the outside as they come down stroke for stroke to the finish line. Davis near side, UCLA on the outside. It looks like the Bruins got up there and got him right at the very last, and that was a nice competitive finish to, albeit fourth position, but the crew's doing a nice job of following through and finishing up. However, unofficial finish was Orange Coast College, Santa Barbara Cal, and then that nice little bug tussle right at the end between UCLA and Davis, and San Diego State University just now finishing up.
So there we had it, a novice cruise, a lot of heart, maybe technique area to improve going forward, but everybody working really hard all the way to the end. And when you get tired, it's always a challenge. Okay. Looks like we'll get back to the race that's underway. The next race is the race number 105, the Women's Collegiate Lightweight Final. We have 3 crews in this race. In lane 1, the Stanford women, lightweight. In lane 2, Princeton, all the way from New Jersey, and BU from Boston University, all the way from Massachusetts in lane 3. So this is a lightweight collegiate women's 8 final.
Right now, the Stanford crew has the lead on this one, then looking to the lane number 3, which in this 3-boat race is the outside lane. That would be Boston University, and then Princeton coming along in the middle of it. 1, 2, 3, as they have about 750 meters to go. It is Stanford, BU, and Princeton in that order.
So it's great to see these crews come all the way from the East Coast to compete here from Princeton and BU, and also local Northern California stand at Stanford. Great to see those lightweight women out there performing. Coming up to the 500 meters to go, and it's still Stanford, BU, and Princeton.
along the shoreline, and the leader throughout in this one, Stanford. And Boston University has closed some distance as they had a fairly decent middle 500, but they have not been able to overtake the Cardinal women. And trailing in this one is Princeton.
Yeah, not all colleges are able to field a separate lightweight program, so really impressive to see these lightweight women come together from these three crews.
This is Stanford. And then next into view is going to be BU, Boston University.
Nice high rating from Stanford too. Really moving it along.
They look sharp. Synchronous moving, which is all important in crew racing.
BU taking it up a little bit too, and Princeton aren't going to be left behind.
Well, Princeton actually ratcheted up just to give a nice sharp finish to this. And quite frankly, they don't look all that shabby as they are rowing smartly to finish up this particular race number 105, the women's collegiate lightweight, and it is a final. Next up, the men's collegiate lightweight grand final, and we'll look at crews from MIT, University of Victoria, Santa Barbara, Cal, and Sacramento State.
So we have six boats in this next race. It's a lightweight collegiate grand final. So MIT used to rowing on the Charles River out in Boston.
Dodging icebergs at about this time?
Well, normally, but this year the winter didn't really happen as much as expected out there in Boston, and so we'll see if that has an impact on MIT. They managed to get on the water in January and in March, not so much in February, but hopefully that resulted in some good training. Always an interesting argument, though, the benefit of being able to get out on the water versus the intensity and the base preparation of erging when you can't get on the water.
Well, right now we have a good accounting of both MIT and Victoria on the front end of this 5-crew race. And then there is some Sacramento State right now. The only one that is a little out of touch is California. The lead 3 as MIT and Victoria seem to be trading places here. So it looks like we're going to have a relatively competitive finish between Victoria and MIT, as neither has allowed the other to get away from them. Then open water back to Santa Barbara, more open water beginning to close the distance against Sacramento State at the back of the pack. But the leaders, as we have 500 meters to go along the shoreline, MIT has come back and taken over the lead, as MIT on the shore side and Victoria in lane number 2 have traded lead positions back and forth almost the entire 2,000 meters of our Mission Bay San Diego Crew Classic course. Then we have some open water back to the University of California, Santa Barbara, and then to the outside, Sacramento State and California making a bit of a comeback against the Sac State crew.
Really got to respect these clubs and crews that travel from the East Coast or up from Canada to take part in this event. And also got to respect the lightweight rowers, where technique is so critical. Can't just necessarily power it through, but really good technique often exhibited by the lightweight rowers. And looks like MIT is really putting on the pressure here as they come into the last 200 meters to go.
Well, Victoria wasted a little bit of distance as they bore out at about the 300-meter mark, and even though they were competitive all the way down, that course correction cost them dearly as they were challenging for the lead, and MIT stayed on course and winds up, unless something drastic happens, to apparently be the winner of this particular event. This is MIT, followed by Victoria. Then we have about 3 boat lengths of open water back to the University of California, Santa Barbara. But we have kind of an interesting run here at the back, so let's keep an eye on that. California in the gold shell has a very slight lead over Sacramento State. So to add some interest to this one with MIT, Victoria, and Santa Barbara 1, 2, 3 at the back of the pack. On the near side is California, and the far side, it's going to be Sacramento State.
And do you see Sacramento State really take up the rating just now? They're really fighting for the finish here.
Well, they are now in a 2-seed lead, and it looks like that's exactly how it's going to finish. The outside crew, Sacramento State, decided we are not going to finish last, and that's exactly what they accomplished as they nosed out California right at the end, albeit for the 4th position in this race.
Still amazing to see that. Really strong finish out there by Sacramento, and outstanding that they had the wherewithal to do that right at the end.
Well, it's also kind of interesting when these crews are out here practicing. If you think that the latter part of any field doesn't really mean anything to them, even when they're out there practicing, every now and then they give a nod and a wink to each other and off they go. So that was an impressive finish by Sacramento State as they got up out of the cellar, so to speak, and beat Cal right there at the end. But give credit to MIT as they held on to beat Victoria in this particular men's collegiate lightweight grand final.
So on the course, we also have the next race. As we say, we're really trying to tighten up the schedule here this afternoon. So we have the junior women varsity grand final. So this is 8 crews all the way across the course here. Favorites Marin in lane 1, Marina Aquatic in lane 2, Newport in lane 3, then Saugatuck all the way from the East Coast in lane 4, Long Beach lane 5, Connecticut, another East Coast crew in lane 6, another perennial competitor, the Oakland Strokes in lane 7, and local San Diego Juniors in lane 8.
And right now it looks like Marin has the measure of Marina, with Saugatuck trying to hang in there, Newport dropping back just a little bit. Then the Long Beach Junior crew all the way on the outside, Connecticut and Oakland Strokes moving up, and the San Diego Rowing Club is trailing in this one. However, nobody, with the possible exception of Newport, has lost touch with the top echelon, as now moving into that top spot is Saugatuck as they come through with 750 meters left to go in this race. And these are high school students, and they are out there competing in the high school varsity grand final. And this would be for the young ladies.
Yeah, you've really got to respect the junior rowers that have really trained hard and developed, and they're still in high school, but my goodness, they post some great times, and they look pretty good coming down the course.
Well, Saugatuck definitely made a move just as they got past the 1,000 meter mark, because we had them in our book as being in 3rd position, and all of a sudden it looks like they started the motor, and they now have open water and are very successfully holding off the rest of the 7, 8, 9. Well, we have 8 out there, and they have certainly appointed themselves very well right at the 1,000 meter mark, and they have open water. The crews along the shoreline, Marin, Marina, and Newport trailing back a little bit, and then we go to the next echelon, if you will, of Connecticut and Oakland Strokes, with Long Beach and San Diego Rowing trying to hang in. But my goodness, Saugatuck just decided they were going to take this thing, and they definitely did.
Yeah, this is the grand final, and this is a very competitive section of racing. So come down and give these athletes a real rousing cheer for the last 300 meters or so of this race.
Saugatuck on the lead, and we have a real battle for second spot in lanes 1 and 2, Marin and Marina. But clearly in command, the young ladies from Saugatuck, They have open water along the shore. Marin has brought it up and have overtaken Marina. Clearly out of it earlier, but suddenly have come back. And then Connecticut, then you go outside to Oakland Strokes and San Diego Rowing. So looking at Saugatuck, that just took command of this race at about 1,000 into it, and they have open water. Marin decided that they something to be outside. But once again, the unofficial winner, taking it over with 1,000 meters to go, was the Saugatuck crew.
So following up after the junior women varsity grand final, we will have the men's juniors. Again, high school out the starting. We should be stopping this. Can be moving.
Consistently brought also an opportunity. One of the two merchants, if you will, and then down at the southern part of the grassy area, a little bit to the left of the Jumbotron, a couple of tents there just to the right of the walkway, or to the left, depending on which way you're coming. So west, that is a merchandise tent down there, and then just beyond that is a volunteer tent. And if you feel so moved, might stop by there and leave off your name and information and become part of our San Diego Crew Classic family of volunteers that help out every year here at the San Diego Crew Classic.
But it's around about lunchtime too, or maybe a bit after, but we have some vendors out here just looking out there to Habit Burger, to Farmers Market, Taco Shack, Taste of Brazil. There's Jamba Juice, lemonade stand, pretty much anything you could possibly need out here, including the beer tent.
I knew you were going to get that in there.
Oh, of course.
Well, after kind of a rocky start with the fog this morning, we are getting ever so up to date and a little bit closer, but of course that is being set aside just a little bit with the boys. And somebody got off to a false start there, and they said, whoa, baby, bring it back.
So I think they're going to do the, looks like this is a women's, women juniors JV grand final, I think is at the stake boats right now. We'll get confirmation of that, and if that is the case, there's going to be another 8 boats in this JV grand final. Just had confirmation this is the race number 109, the women's juniors JV grand final. And the lineup we have in lane 1, Marin, lane 2 in Saugatuck, lane 3, Oakland Strokes, lane 4, Newport, lane 5, Sacramento, lane 6, River City, lane 7, Oklahoma River Sport, and lane 8, Los Gatos. A lot of the same names seem to crop up, don't they?
Well, they bring a full complement of crews, and that is certainly wonderful to have them as part and parcel here to the San Diego Crew Classic.
Very competitive event here, and a lot of very competitive clubs, particularly at the junior level. Large number of very deep rosters of athletes for these clubs. Early in the season, this is a great opportunity for everybody to see how they stack up. as things move on to the regional and then national events. Always tough to be racing this early in the season, but it's a great opportunity for the coaches to evaluate the athletes and still make adjustments before finals. Anyway, they're off. Hopefully this will be a clean start. Marin lane 1, Saugatuck lane 2, Oakland Strokes in lane 3. Had a daughter row at the Oakland Strokes, so tremendous appreciation for everything that the staff do at that organization, and locally involved very much with the San Diego Rowing Club and growing, evolving junior program, both for the men's and for the women. Very dedicated coaching staff in all these organizations.
And it's showing as Oakland Strokes gets off to a pretty good start. And Saugatuck right behind, and Marin in lane number 1, trailing in the third position. And then it appears that everything is pretty much the way it lines up, with the possible exception of the Sacramento Athletic Club, followed by Newport, River City, the River Sports Group out of Oklahoma City, and Los Gatos on the far outside. Oakland Strokes off to an excellent start. Looks like they might even have a taste of open water, but we're going to check that. It looks like Saugatuck is hanging in there with them. So crews in rows, lanes 2, 3, and 1. So it's going to be Saugatuck, Oakland Strokes, and Marin on the early point of this particular race. Then the field kind of strings out in somewhat the order of early times, and that would be Newport and Sacramento State. Check that, Sacramento Aquatic Center, working along with River City, the Sports River crew from Oklahoma City, and Los Gatos on the far outside. Appears that Marin has pushed back into it. Saugatuck and Oakland Strokes, so those three are trading positions at the front of the pack, and they are beginning to open up over Newport, Sacramento Aquatic, River City, River Sports from Oklahoma City, and Los Gatos on the far outside.
So the JV crews will be the second eights from all these clubs, and this is now the JV Grand Final. All 8 crews racing for a medal for their second 8 women's boats. These are juniors, 18 years old or younger.
And Oakland Strokes, that had been on the lead in the beginning, has drifted over to where they are now relatively close to the crew in lane number 2, Saugatuck. And they're trying to get things righted as they come into the part of the course that's the most difficult to get things righted, as the winds come underneath the Ingraham Street Bridge. And by having that circuitous route, why they have had a little bit of trouble hanging on to their first position, and as a matter of fact have fallen back to 3. So we've got Saugatuck and Marin with Oakland Strokes after the Sacramento Aquatic.
But good conditions overall for rowing today.
Approaching 500 meters left to go on this one. And it is Saugatuck continuing to hang on, and as a matter of fact, elevating their lead somewhat. Marin is on the shoreline trying to keep pace, and Oakland Strokes in a good position, but then they ran into a little bit of trouble just outside the 1,000-meter mark and have not been able to right the ship. Then we go to the outside. Newport is falling back just a little bit in favor of Sacramento Aquatic, and going with
less than 500 meters to go. Let's see if the crews can take it up and provide a good challenge to Saugatuck. Still have a good position in this race in the closing stages.
Saugatuck almost to a stern to bow marker lead over Marin, but Marin kicked it up just inside the 500-meter. Then outside Oakland Strokes, and now coming on strong is Newport. Outside to River City, then comes Sacramento's Aquatic Center, OKC River Sports, and Los Gatos on the outside. They're the only crew with some open water and trailing.
But here comes Marin. Look at them really taking it up now. They're really fighting back. You know, they're less than half a length down, but it's going to be neck and neck at the finish if they can power their way up, and less than a quarter of a length, just a canvas separating these two boats right now.
Saugatuck in lane number 2 is on the lead, but they are being challenged on the shoreline by Marin. Marin found some extra reserve, and they are on the shoreline coming down to the finish. The two of them have opened up quite a bit of water between themselves and Oakland Strokes, but it is Marin on the shoreline and Saugatuck on the outside. Marin on the shoreline as they made a furious charge in the last 300 meters, and they have overtaken the wall-to-wall leader Saugatuck, and what a tremendous push there for Marin as they came on strong and found the reserve that was necessary as they nipped Saugatuck at the wire with Oakland Strokes. Then it goes outside to Newport, followed by Sacramento Aquatic Center, River City, Oakland River Sports, and Los Gatos, but an impressive charge by Marin.
Wow, yeah, wasn't that neat just to see them do that in the closing stages of the race, to come back really strong. I don't know how they did that, but fantastic finish and performance there from Marin. Well done.
On the water, another Marin crew. This is the high school girls JV Grand Final, and Marin, Saugatuck, Oakland Strokes, Newport, Sacramento Aquatic, River City, OKC, as we had an indication of what a protest there. Is that what they were talking about at the finish line? Well, we'll have to check into that. I didn't see anything that looked really ugly along the line.
Looks like that what we see coming down the course now, actually they're well down the course, coming nearly 1,500 meters down. I think this is the re-row of the full start for the junior men's. So this is race 108. Oakland Strokes in lane 1. Marin in lane 2. Newport looking good in lane 3. Saugatuck again in lane 4. Pocock in lane 5. And San Diego Rowing Club in lane 6. Very much in the fight there. So congratulations to Benton Sparks and his junior program from San Diego Rowing Club. But looks like we've got Oakland Strokes in lane 1. They're leading as we come down into less than 300 meters to go.
Marin is in second spot, and they are ratcheting it up. But so far, Oakland Strokes has responded, but coming on strong is Newport. Newport is taking a run at Marin with Saugatuck on the outside. And in lane number 5, it is Pocock and San Diego Rowing. So looking at Oakland Strokes now with the lead of the stern to bow marker, and they have overtaken or kept the lead away from Marin. Newport Aquatic Center really came on strong there, but they were held off by Marin. And then in 4th position, it is Saugatuck with Pocock and San Diego Rowing trailing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and they finish in that order. Oakland Strokes on the lead. The winner, apparently, unofficially, Marin 2nd, Newport 3rd, Saugatuck 4th, Pocock 5th, and San Diego Rowing in 6th position.
Nice finish by Oakland Strokes. Pretty good rating there. Be interesting to see what the stroke rating was as they cross the line. My guess is it wasn't too far around 40 strokes a minute, but that's sometimes what you have to do to stay out in front and win the race. So we have got a start on the next race. This is race 110, which is another men's junior race. This is the JV Grand Final, and we have 8 boats in this race. So we have a competitive crew here for the second 8s in the junior high school club event. In lane 1 we have Newport. In lane 2, Oakland Strokes. Lane 3, Marin. San Diego Run Club in lane 4. Junipero Cerro in lane 5, high school up in the San Francisco Bay Area. Pocock in lane 6. Saugatuck in lane 7. And Baja California State in lane 8. So again, this is the men's JV Grand Final. Looks like they're over 750 meters down, coming up to the 1,000 meter mark.
This race pretty well holding form, at least at the moment, with Newport in lane number 1 on the lead. Oakland Strokes in 2nd spot. Marin is moving along in 3rd. San Diego Rowing 4th. Junipero Cerro 5. Pocock 6. Saugatuck, and then Baja California on the far outside, although Baja California has moved up on this Saugatuck crew and taken over that next to the last position. Kind of the going against form here. Oakland Strokes has moved out to an open water lead, and trying to stay with them is Newport. And then the rest of the field is spread across, but right now it is Oakland Strokes having their way after 1,750 meters.
So a very deep program there from the Oakland Strokes. Very well organized, well-run program. And looks like their junior men are doing a good job in the JV category today. But I'm sure there's going to be a big race of it as we come down. About 750 meters to go. And you know that Newport and Marin and the rest of the pack are going to be fighting hard all the way through to the end.
The one club that's beginning to kind of sneak up is way on that outside is Baja California. And being that far out, they might be overlooked. But right now, Oakland Strokes has what might be considered a commanding lead here as they come across 500 meters. Open water back to Newport. Marin has fallen back with San Diego Rowing, Junipero Serra coming up with Saugatuck and Baja California way on the outside. And Pocock is trailing. But Oakland Strokes, unless they run out of gas here, has a commanding lead. But now Newport has picked it up and begun a little bit. Everybody has kind of ignored Saugatuck and Baja California on the far outside, and they are certainly making their presence known.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting race here for third place. Looks like Oakland Strokes and Newport powering their way through to 1 and 2. And Saugatuck seem to be making a good play for the third position there, but pretty competitive with San Diego and Junipero fighting hard for that third spot.
Looking back at the leader of this particular race, and this is Oakland Strokes, as they have pretty much led throughout. They got off to a great start and held that position. Along the shoreline is Newport, but coming up strong is San Diego Rowing, and on the far outside, Saugatuck, California. So on the shore side, that is San Diego Rowing. On their outside shoulder is going to be Junipero Serra, but sneaking up there is Saugatuck on the far outside, looking at that very, very tight finish for third and fourth. Saugatuck jumped into third. Looked like San Diego Rowing got the measure of Junipero Serra for the fourth position. California was certainly competing there, but they kind of lost it in the last 500 meters with Marin and Pocock trailing.
Juniors JV Grand Final for the men's that was wrapping up there. And next up we have race 111, which will be the junior women. The So getting lined up on the stake boats. We have some novice junior women. The final with 7 crews. In lane 1, we have Oakland Strokes. Lane 2, Marina Aquatic. Lane 3, Newport. Lane 4, we have Long Beach, San Diego Rowing Club in lane 5, Texas Rowing Center in lane 6, and Cathedral Catholic in lane 7. And we have a nice marching band just coming down through here.
The San Diego Crew Classic would like to thank the good folks at the Newport Aquatic Center for providing stillwater vessels for our regatta this year, the 43rd San Diego Crew Classic. Also, catch heart disease early. Book your heart health screening today. Visit sharp.com/Cushman. So Sporty has been a long-time resident here at the San Diego Crew Classic. So Sporty Rowing Apparel. You can reach them at www.sosporty.com, and you can also reach them right here in the trade show area of this year's San Diego Crew Classic, So Sporty. American Specialty Health founder George DeVries rowed at Culver Military Academy and at UCSD, so we'd like to thank their participation in the San Diego Crew Classic. A big hats off to American Specialty Health.
So we have underway race 111, the women's novice juniors. And this is the final with Oakland in lane 1, Marina Aquatic lane 2, Newport lane 3. So coming through 500 meters, looks like Oakland Strokes in lane 1. Marina Aquatic in lane 2.
Outside 750 meters into this particular race, we have in lane number 2 our current leader. However, they're being challenged by Oakland Strokes on the shoreline side. The leader is currently Marina Aquatic. In third position is Newport, and on the far outside, Texas Rowing Club is giving a good appointing of themselves. And also on the far outside, that is going to be San Diego Rowing. Seven crews in this race. In lane number 1, Oakland Strokes has now edged into a slight lead over Marina Aquatic. In lane number 3, Newport trying to keep pace. Then to the far outside, Texas Rowing Club. And on their inside shoulder is going to be San Diego Rowing. Only two clubs that are a little bit out of touch here would be Cathedral Catholic and Long Beach Juniors as they trail in this 7-crew field. This is the women's high school novice grand final. These crews did not have heat races leading up to this. One of the categories of the San Diego Crew Classic that has grown over the last couple of years are these high school crews. And they have yet to produce enough to be able to run heat races. But this looks like a very competitive one, as Marina Aquatic has danced back into a challenge of Oakland Strokes along the shoreline. Newport is refusing to go away. Then we have some open water back to San Diego Rowing that has come up and is challenging Texas Rowing Club. And once again, The only two that are a bit out of touch, Long Beach and Cathedral Catholic on the far outside. 500 meters to go. And Marina and Oakland Strokes seem to be battling it back and forth. And it looks like right at that particular point, Marina Aquatic did jump up and has taken the measure of Oakland Strokes, but they've been trading first and second almost continuously down this entire path. And then Newport is on the outside shoulder of Marina Aquatic. And then we have some open water back to San Diego Rowing, has jumped up on Texas Rowing Club. Then comes the Long Beach Juniors, and on the far outside, Cathedral Catholic. Back. Right at the top of this particular heat, or final rather, Oakland Strokes along the shoreline, and they are almost stroke for stroke with Marina Aquatic. Will give it to Marina right at the moment. Newport is not going away. Then we have open water back to San Diego Rowing, Texas Rowing Club, Long Beach, and the Cathedral Catholic. On the shoreline, Oakland Strokes, bow marker to bow marker, and now about a half a bow length lead over Marina Aquatic. So on the shoreline, Marina Aquatic, Newport. Then we're going to look at San Diego Rowing, Texas Rowing, Long Beach. It is Oakland Strokes. Outside of them is Marina. Oakland Strokes on the near side. Marina on this angle looks like they've got it, but it's going to be right down to the wire. Oakland Strokes coming on strong on the near side, on the shore side, but we're going to give it to Marina Aquatic just barely by about a half a canopy, as Oakland Strokes made a furious run, and Marina Aquatic was able to hold them off. So it looks like Marina Aquatic will pick up the victory. Oakland Strokes half a breath after that, and then open water back to Newport with the remaining crews: San Diego Rowing, Texas Rowing Club, Long Beach Juniors, and Cathedral Catholic. A nice row right to the end, and Marina held on to win it.
So those were high school
goals.
Going
to check the finish again on the Jumbotron here, and you will see on the near side that is Oakland Strokes, and Marina is on the outside. And just barely, like I said, about a half a canopy, it goes to Marina Aquatic on a very fine row for these young novices, high school students, and they did an outstanding job of showing some great heart as they came down to the end.
So these are high school girls in their first year of competitive rowing, showing some incredible performance in just 1 year of rowing.
Had a false start on the race that is out there ready to go on the water. This is the men's high school novice final. And once again, our category of high schools has been elevated over the years. Invite you during the lull here to check out the award ceremonies that go on. Many of you who are in view of the Jumbotron can see the awards being given. And this is MIT up on the podium right now. And there is a tent just a little bit this side of where the MIT crew is standing. And that's where the trophies are on display. Encourage you to stop by the merchandise tents, one to the left of the Jumbotron and then one to the west of the large tent that's up on the grassy knoll here. Does not appear to be much waiting in the food court, so if you have a little hunger pang, you don't have to stand in line right now. And of course our vendors booths that are west of the large tent that's up on the grassy knoll. And every year they bring interesting technology and fine products to the San Diego Crew Classic for you to enjoy and see what's going on in the world of apparel and rowing conditioning and things like that.
Yes, the podium is a fairly new innovation. It originally used to have to go into the big tent there and collect your cup or take a quick photo if you won, whereas now we can sort of really recognize the winning crews up on the podium. Everybody can see them next to the Jumbotron, get a photo, and appreciate all their hard work.
I promise I won't land on your head.
So we're just waiting to see what's going to happen for the next race. Crews up at the stake boats, getting ready for the next event. Okay, we have a race underway now. This is race 112, the men's juniors novice final. 6 crews in this race. Is Oakland Strokes, lane 2 is Newport, San Diego, rowing club, lane 3, Sea-Base rowing in lane 4, Marina requires no.
This is their first hit out in the regatta. Just 6 entries in this event. The Novice 8s event is a relatively new event in the San Diego Crew Classic program. Only been offered the last couple of years. So, generally speaking, junior programs will only bring their novices to this regatta if they think, oh, good grief.
So half our programs blew away there, sorry about that. But yes, as Charles was just explaining that novices generally have not rowed here at the Crew Classic, and so only the top novice crews will be actually out here on the water. So right now, Oakland Strokes lane 1, Newport lane 2, and local San Diego Rowing Club in lane 3. It's kind of windy up here. We're getting blown around a little bit. As we're coming down 1,500 meters of the race down, and last 500 meters, we're looking at a good battle here with, in lane 2, we have Newport fighting with Oakland Strokes in lane 1 and Sea-Base in lane 4.
So those three crews have separated themselves away from the rest of the race. The race has divided itself into two halves. It's Oakland Strokes challenging Newport, who are in the lead at the moment, from San Diego Rowing Club out in lane 3. And then there's a battle for fourth position shaping up between Seabase Rowing, Marina Aquatic Center, and Long Beach Junior Crew. As they come down towards the line, towards the 250 meters to go, it is Newport who are establishing a lead of about 3/4 of a length over Oakland Strokes. These two crews are going at each other hammer and tongs.
And a good battle actually between Oakland Strokes and Seabase, who are definitely putting extra effort in there right now. But it's Newport, Oakland Strokes, and Seabase in lane 4, who are our leading crews.
Coming down to the line, it is Newport Aquatic Center, Oakland Strokes, and Newport Seabase. Challenging Oakland Strokes for the second position. Over the line, Newport very close for second place between Oakland Strokes and Seabase.
We've got a good race in the second pack here with Marina ahead of Long Beach, and San Diego also in there in last place. But it looks like it's Marina in 4th, Long Beach, San Diego. Although they're making quite a fight of it. Very close between Long Beach and Marina, and I think it's just Marina. Less than a canvas in that 4th place position. Once again, these were junior novices, men's final. So first year of racing for all these crews, and give me your support and appreciation. They'll be going on to row in junior varsity and varsity events next year. Also coming down the course, we have the next race, which is the Women's Open Grand Final. Big race here with 8 boats.
And in lane 1, we have California, lane 2, Texas, lane 3, Stanford Lightweights, lane 4, Gonzaga, lane 5, British Columbia, lane 6, University of Southern California, lane 7, San Diego State, and lane 8, Sacramento State. So it's an entirely collegiate field in the Women's Open Grand Final. As they come down in the third 500, it's California in lane 1 who have opened up quite a considerable lead over the rest of the pack. They are being tracked by Texas in lane 2 and the Stanford Lightweights in lane 3, although Stanford Lightweights are being challenged by Gonzaga on their shoulder, and out in lane 5, British Columbia and 7 San Diego State are providing the challenge to the back end of the field. As they come down to the 500 to go, it is California from Texas. Texas and are locked in a struggle with Stanford Lightweights, who are in turn being pressed by Gonzaga. Gonzaga seem to have a course deviation there, just to the left-hand side of their lane. British Columbia have been dropped a little bit off the pace, so it's USC who are providing the continuing challenge to Gonzaga, and they are being challenged also by Sacramento State in the far outside, with San Diego State trailing.
So less than 500 meters to go, and really strong rowing there by the Cal crew here in lane 1. Looking very confident. Very nice rowing. If you want to see good women, watch the women row. A lot of technique. All rowing together.
It's interesting to see these crews almost tacking across their lanes as the wind is picking up to force them into the next door lane. But Cal coming down with 250 meters to go. They are sending down those releases. They're covering training, getting lots out of their boat. From Texas in second place, who are maintaining their distance on Stanford lightweights, who are in turn maintaining their distance in Gonzaga in echelon across the course in second, third, and fourth. Out on the far side, great race between USC and British Columbia and Sacramento State, with San Diego State trailing.
Nice to see Texas really powering it through to last few strokes of the race, keeping their lead ahead of Stanford in lane 3, and then Gonzaga in lane 4. And then USC looking good for 5th place. And then a battle there between British Columbia and San Diego State.
So Gonzaga boat rowing with their 4 and 5 rowers rowing on the same side.
Yeah, you see that more often in 4s than in 8s, bucket rig race.
Usually done in order to even out the power application between the two sides. Make sure that the boat runs as straight as possible. And we have another race on the race course, which is the Men's Open Grand Final. In lane 1, California B. In lane 2, California A. And in lane 3, California A.
That's
on my
interesting.
program.
So you
Yeah,
got three Cal boats in lane 1, 2, and 3.
Yes. In lane 4, SK CrossFit. In lane 5, Dad Bod. In lane 6, San Diego. In lane 7, Orange Coast. And in lane 8, UC Santa Barbara. So we have, according to our programs, we have 3 California boats in lanes 1, 2, and 3. One called B, and 2 of them called A.
So they're about halfway down the course, coming up to 1,000 meters. Just going through 1,000 meters. And this should be a fast race.
As they come into the third 500, we have leading boats from the 3 California boats appear to be in the lead. Essentially, this race seems to be developing in echelon across the course. The California B boat in lane 1 has a lead over the California A boat in lane 2, who in turn have a lead over the other California A boat in lane 3, with SK CrossFit in 4 being challenged by Dad Bod. It's quite tight between those two crews. And then out on the far side, there's a private battle developing between University of San Diego, Orange Coast, and UC Santa Barbara. As they come down to the 500 to go marks, the California B boat is maintaining its advantage. It's an advantage of about a length, 3/4 of a length to a length, over the California A boat in lane 2, who have a similar advantage over the California A boat in lane 3. And those 3 boats have broken away slightly from the rest of the field, although there is a challenge coming from the Dad Bod boat in lane 5 in yellow, and they have come from behind on SK CrossFit and look as if they're challenging to overtake them. And out on the far side, we have 3 crews absolutely overlapping each other between University of San Diego, Orange Coast, and UC Santa Barbara for the race within a race that's developing in lanes 6, 7, and 8. Coming down towards the 250-meter mark, it is the California B crew being challenged by the California A crew. That might actually be a California Rowing Club crew, now that I can actually see them in front of me and see their uniforms and their blades. It is indeed the California Rowing Club who are rowing in lane 2 and throwing down the challenge to the California B boat, who are presently leading the race with their compatriots California A boat in lane 3, still presenting their challenge to California Rowing Club in 2. So we have 3 races on the race course effectively at the same time. The California race at the front of the field being taken out by the California B boat. Chased home by California Rowing Club, who are in turn chased home by the California B boat. And then we have a grand tussle going on here between SK CrossFit in the yellow boat with the white blades, and then in the black boat on the outside it's Dad Bod, and it looks like Dad Bod might just have an advantage as they come up to the line. And as they come to the line, I would say, as they come to the line, the advantage just went the other way, and SK CrossFit just got their bows in front, unofficially. The race at the back is being won by University of San Diego, who have eased out a bit on Orange Coast, and Orange Coast and UC Santa Barbara still overlapping each other. At this stage, it's Orange Coast who has the advantage, and as they come down to the line, it's University of San Diego, Orange Coast College, and UC Santa Barbara. We now turn to the Masters, or the main Masters section of the program, and we start with the Women's Masters A final. All of these races are straight finals, no heats. So in lane 1 we have Pocock from Seattle, lane 2 Lake Union from Seattle, lane 3 Chinook from all over the place, lane 4 Newport, lane 5 the College Club from Seattle. The College Club from Seattle, the old Lake Union floating boathouse on Lake Union, when Lake Union moved to the west side of Lake Union to new premises, and the College Club of Seattle decided that, this would be a nice opportunity to establish ourselves more permanently as a Masters club. So we have three of the 5 boats from Seattle, Pocock in lane 1, Lake Union in 2, and College Club in lane 5. And they're away, and they are in the first 500 as we speak. Graham, remind me, Masters A, which age group does that cover?
So that would be the 27 plus.
And that was at 27 to 34?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's about a 7-year age range. And of course, all the rowers have to be less than 27?
No, they could be 27 to 34, and then B category will be the next one, and then it's 5-year gaps all the way through.
And do the boats average inside that age group?
They can average within that age group.
So
with a minimum age of 27.
With a minimum age of 27, got it.
So have to be a Masters category to race in any letter boat. And the athletes here also, they can row in one of the leaded categories as a master, and also a Masters Club category as well, but they cannot row in 2 letter categories.
All right. So what's the distinction between the Masters and the Masters Club event?
Well, the club requires the athletes to be within 50 miles, living within 50 miles of the actual club they're racing for, and that's a handicapped race, so there is no age limitation. And so you get an interesting mix of rowers in those races.
So coming down towards in the middle of the second 500 as we speak. From our eyrie above the regatta, although not as high as we have been, because it was getting a little alarming up at our highest height in the wind, it looks as though Pocock in lane 1 might have a slight lead on the rest of the field. Union.
Masters women's boats in this relatively recent club, organized initially out of races in Zlac and the San Diego Rowing Club.
And it is Chinook who are actually in the lead at the moment. As Graham says, not a club with any base.
Leslie Wright, the initial impetus for the Chinook organization, and putting together a very competitive group of athletes. In the Nationals, the Masters Nationals last year, they won the women's category. And
I think it's fair to point out that, in fact, it was San Diego Rowing Club that won the overall category.
True. So yeah, it looks like Chinook clear advantage right now with Pocock in second place and Lake Union in third.
And yes, Chinook have really established a commanding lead in this race. They've left the club crews behind them. And it's Pocock who are winning that race for second place at the moment, challenged by Lake Union. And then out on the far side, it's their compatriots from Seattle who are their closest challenge, with the crew from Newport Aquatic Center bringing up the rear and looking to be struggling a little bit. Mind you, that third 500 is no place for the faint-hearted.
Well, they're coming up now to 1,500 meter flags. You'll see those are the orange flags across the course. Chinook well ahead, open water over the rest of the field.
So very good race developing between Pocock and Lake Union for second place. Lake Union have been battling back towards Pocock. Lake Union just took a bit of a deviation within their lane, but they went to the left of their lane a bit, but have now straightened up. You can see the Pocock coxswain struggling to keep herself in the center of the lane. She's almost rowing down with the boat at a slight angle across the lane in order to maintain a straight course in the center of the lane. But Lake Union are really pushing back. And out on the far side in the considerably rougher water, the College Club from Seattle are doing a really good job of staying in touch with Pocock and Lake Union on the inside.
Nice job by Chinook as they cruise on by, very comfortable. Many lengths of open water ahead of them. As Charles said, there's a lot of crosswind here. It comes up and goes down and makes steering a real challenge. You can see by all the flags here what's going on. So this is the Masters A women's final. So there goes Chinook, Pocock,
so Chinook.
through.
Pocock look like they've sewn up second place here. They've held off the challenge from Lake Union. And then out on the far side, considerably relieved to be in the final 500, I suspect. Out in lane 5 is College Club from Seattle. And then at the rear is the crew from...
Well, it says Newport, but they're rowing a San Diego boat with San Diego Rowing Club uniforms on. So
yes, our program says Newport, but it's
probably San Diego Rowing Club.
It's San Diego blades and San Diego uniforms, so I'm not sure what the import of that is.
So getting ready for the next race. It's another Masters event, the remaining races.
And they're off in that event.
So this is the men's version of what we just saw. So women first, then men seems to be the theme here at the San Diego Crew Classic. So this is the final of the men's Masters A. Within lane 1, Durham, lane 2, Potomac, lane 3, Brown, Alumni, lane 3, San Diego Rowing Club, and lane 4, Los Angeles. Lane 5, Los Angeles. So 5 boats, Durham, Potomac, Brown, San Diego, and Los Angeles.
As they cross the 500-meter mark, it looks as though San Diego Rowing Club might have a slight lead out in lane 4.
So we know some of the folks in the San Diego Rowing Club in the
Actually,
boat?
no, sorry, I got that wrong. I think it's Brown University who might have a slight lead in lane 4. The Brown Alumni Organization is very strong with their rowing programs. You know, they not only put out open crews who perform very strongly and compete at very high-level regattas, but as that group maintains its momentum into the early stages of Masters, they're also putting out crews in the younger categories of Masters as well.
So that's Brown there in the lead in lane 3. Yeah, the San Diego crew, we know some of those folks. Pat Hurley is the coach of the junior program. So he's coaching the Novice juniors for the San Diego Rowing Club, and he's stroking that boat. And also I think Chris Callahan, the San Diego Rowing Club director of rowing, is also in that E-boat.
And they, at the moment, San Diego Rowing Club and Los Angeles Rowing Club appear to be locked in a mano-a-mano at the rear of the field at the moment. But the leaders certainly appear, as they approach the 1,000-meter mark, to be Brown alumni. They seem to have established a bit of a lead, about half a length on Potomac, and then about half a length back to Durham. And those 3 crews have established a lead of about 3 to 4 lengths over San Diego Rowing Club, who have a lead of about a quarter of a length over Los Angeles Rowing Club. So as they move away from the 1,000-meter mark and into the third 500, it is Brown alumni who have a slight lead over Potomac, who in turn have a slight lead over Durham, but they are all overlapping, and any one of them would be susceptible to a move from one of the others. So as we come down towards the 500 to go mark, a slight deviation in course from the Durham crew. It's notable that those crews in lane 1 often find the tail of their boat being pushed round as they come out of the shelter of Vacation Island. But Potomac are really pushing this. They're pushing up on Brown alumni. And Durham are getting into that mix. Brown alumni solidifying their release, resisting the challenge that they're two from New Hampshire.
As they come into the last 250 meters, Brown is also taking it up. So they're all going
Brown are just sitting on the front of this race, resisting the challenge from Potomac. Potomac are really pushing hard at them, and Durham are really pushing hard at Potomac. they're all three overlapping each other, and no one really moving on anyone else, though they're trying desperately to do so. And as they come down into the last 2 or 3 strokes, it is Brown who have managed to lead from start to finish, but not by much, over Potomac and Durham. That was a terrifically raced race by 3 very committed crews. And the other race on the race course is being taken by San Diego Rowing Club, who have managed to ease out to just about clear water over Los Angeles Rowing Club. And as they come to the line, that will be enough to give San Diego Rowing Club 4th place over Los Angeles Rowing Club from Marina del Rey.
So we have the next race getting ready to go. These are the women Masters B final.
And
So
Graham, remind us, B is must be from 35 to
35 to 39. So we have in lane 1 Lake Union, lane 3 is Lac, and lane 4 Chinook. So once again, these are women Masters B final.
So we have Lake Union from Seattle, Long Beach, the longtime club of Joan van Blom, who recently so unfortunately passed away. Always a great sadness to lose a legend and a person of Joan's quality. So I'm sure that all the Long Beach Rowing Association crews are dedicating their performances at this regatta to her memory. In lane 3 from San Diego, the Zlac Rowing Club, and in lane 4, Chinook. They're in the second 500 as we speak.
Yeah, so we expect a pretty good battle here between Chinook, Long Beach, and Lake Union.
And at the moment, there seems to be a fair bit of separation between Lake Union in 1, and then over on the far side to Zlac and Chinook, who are battling it out. And, sorry, I beg your pardon, that would be Long Beach and Chinook who are battling it out, with Zlac having fallen a little bit behind, unless I have that wrong. But there is a fair amount of separation here, and it is the Lake Union crew in lane 1. They're coming through the 1,000-meter mark now, and they have a lead of probably 3 to 4 lengths over the crew out in lane 4, which is Chinook, who are being challenged by, I think, Zlac Rowing Club.
I think that's Long Beach, actually.
It is Long Beach?
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like Long Beach may have actually changed lanes, which is why we're a little bit confused about that. But Lake Union have certainly taken this race by the scruff of the neck right off the start and imposed themselves in the first 1,000. They now find themselves rowing pretty much alone in the third 500, and they have what passes for the most protected water in that section of the race. They just taken the rating up, which is an interesting move, but are keeping those releases very, very solid and clean. And out in the middle of the race course, there's quite a tussle developing between Chinook and a crew which we're not really sure if it's Zlac who have changed lanes or Long Beach. When they get a bit closer, we'll be able to see whether or not it's the distinctive Zlak blades with their yellow Z on a black background. But their uniforms are black, so I'm generally tending to think that it might actually be the Zlak crew and that the trailing boat is in fact from Long Beach. So, Lake Union maintaining their advantage. Chinook seem to have eased past Zlak, although Zlak threw down a really, really big challenge to them through the entire middle section of the race. But Chinook seems to have just escaped contact with them. And Lake Union rowing very impressively in lane 1 are coming down and have taken the racing down. They certainly were at a high rate of striking, a higher rate of striking in the third 500, but obviously reckon that by doing so, they effectively won the race at that point. So we're now seeing them row down at a slightly more relaxed rating. They got the other crews in their sight. They can respond to anything those other crews do. A very tidy bit of rowing happening here. Zlak still battling away. A lot of local support for them.
So we go Lake Union, unofficially, first place. Second place, coming down. I think Chinook's got that. Zlak in third place. And Long Beach trading way back.
One hesitates to break into start commentary on a race when the previous one hasn't finished yet, but the succeeding race is actually at the 1,000 meter mark, and this is the men's Masters B final. This is California, presumably Rowing Club, in lane 1. Wintech and King Racing, so a trade team, in lane 2. The College Club of Seattle in lane 3, and Seabase Rowing in lane 4. Seabase is an interesting club. It's based out of the because Newport Aquatic Center's junior program had reached saturation point, and there was way more people wanting to do the sport in Newport than they could accommodate in that one facility, and that was the impetus for forming a second junior program. So this race again has separated into two. It's King Racing team and I would say at this point that California Rowing Club have a lead of about 3/4 of a length, half to 3/4 of a length over Wintech and Kin Racing. College Club from Seattle have established an advantage over Seabase at this stage, but the real race is happening at the front, and it is California.
Looks like Wintech and King are
yes, I'm not sure.
Maybe really neck and neck here.
Oh, it is. This is going to be a dramatic finish. I'm not sure if, yes, it is a California Rowing Club crew. I can see their singlets now, and even though they're rowing with Cal blades.
Looks like they have it. So CRC in front of Wintek and King, followed by College Seabase, and then is it College Club and Seabase? Yeah,
it's College Club and then Seabase.
Seabase, yeah. So this is a Masters B.
And
these are athletes aged 36 to 42.
And as they come to the line, it looks as though California Rowing Club just managed to keep their bows in front of Wintek and King Racing. College Club have eased away from Seabase and will take out third place. And Seabase still rowing well together. Will finish out the race. We have the next race on the course. We're now moving again up a category. We're moving to Women's Masters C. Graham, give us the field. It's a big one.
So this is the 42 to 49 age group for the Women's Masters, and we have 8 boats in this. We have Marin in lane 1, Casitas in lane 2, Long Beach in lane 3, Chinook, their third aid in this Masters competition, in lane 4, Alexandria in lane 5, College Club Seattle again in lane 6, Conabare in lane 7, and BMA Boat Club in lane 8.
So we have crews from Marin, from the Bay Area, very strong Masters program historically. From Lake Casitas, the venue for the 1984 Olympics, where a program has started up in the last 5 or 6 years, both for juniors and Masters. Long Beach Rowing Association in lane 3, which has been a storied program there for many, many decades. Chinook in lane 4, Alexandria from Virginia in lane 5, College Club from Seattle in lane 6, Conabare, another Seattle club, in lane 7, and I have to admit my ignorance as to who or where BMA Boat Club come from. And as they come to in the second 500, coming towards the 1,000 meter mark, and just looking down the race course, it does not look as though there is a huge amount of separation between the crews. From our position here, it looks as though it may be between Marin and Long Beach, who are being tracked by Chinook. But the only crew that really seems to have fallen back at this stage would seem to be Casitas in lane 2, and possibly in lane 7, Conabare. Although Conabare not by much. So as they go through the 1,000 meter mark, they really are all almost overlapping each other. So this could turn out to be a really, really interesting finish.
Yeah, it looks like Long Beach is doing really well in lane 3. I'd tentatively put them up on the rest of the field right now. Being pushed by Chinook in lane 4, and Marin here in lane 1.
Yeah, I think Marin are definitely a little bit down on Long Beach. On Long Beach. Long Beach certainly seem to have had a very good second 500. But the crews across the course after that, I think their nearest challenge is coming from lane 5, which is actually Alexandria, who are again being challenged by College Club on the outside. Although don't overlook BMA on the outside, they're still in the mix as well. But the leader at this point, probably by about 2 lengths, is the Long Beach crew. And then we have Alexandria and College Club really close to each other for challenging for that second and third position. And then across the race course, BMA, Marin, and Chinook are locked into a race there.
Yeah, College Club in Seattle doing moving ahead, I think, from Alexandria right now.
We'll see if the tussle that's developing between Alexandria and College Club will push them on to Long Beach. You know, often that happens in a race, tussle down the field, so it propels both those crews up towards a crew that was otherwise thinking that they were going to cruise the rest of the race.
Less than 500 meters to go, though. It's Long Beach looking pretty solid in lane 3. And then the battle between Alexandria and College, out in from Seattle.
Not to forget, though, on the far outside in lane 8, BMA, because I think they have overlap slightly with College Boat Club and Alexandria. And as I predicted, College Club and Alexandria, their tussle is indeed pushing them up onto Long Beach. Long Beach are rowing pretty cannily at this point. They're just doing enough to stay in front, keeping a weather eye on whether or not College Club and Alexandria are going to get anywhere close to them. But they've got about, I'd say, half a length of open water on them. And College Club have eased through Alexandria, but this battle for second could come down to who actually puts the oars in the water just before the finish line. And then between lane 8, BMA, and Marin in lane 1,
yes, Marin, I think, is got through the lane markers first. Yeah.
Yep, I'd say so.
For 4th place.
So coming down to the line, win for Long Beach. Very tight for second. College Club, I think, are just going to get it ahead of Alexandria. And then very tight between BMA have done enough.
Yeah,
they held the challenge from Marin, and then and Conover. That was a great race.
That was pretty exciting. A lot of change in.
Yeah, there were a lot of change happening during the race.
Well, provided you're.
There is a challenge out there. It may not be a challenge against the winners, but it may be a challenge of, I'm not going to let the crew next door to me beat me.
Especially if you know them. Okay, we have another race on the course underway. This is the men's version. What we just saw, the men's Masters C. With 4 boats in this, with some Amish in lane 1, the San Diego canoe, was it canoe and kayak, I think is the full name.
That's
with,
right, yep.
Chris Swan, who...
San Diego canoe and kayak team.
Yeah, and Chris Swan may have something to do perhaps with the Crew Classic.
Yes, San Diego.
Lane 3, we have North Dakota. That's a new one for me here at the Crew Classic. And then Marin in lane. And so on the second half of the course.
And I would say that it looks as though Sammamish might have a lead over San Diego Canoe and Kayak. But there's really not a lot between North Dakota and Marin in lanes 3 and 4. And Kayak, who are indeed in their turn still in touch with Sammamish. But as they hit the third 500, they've got about 750 meters to row. Sammamish seem to be putting on a big effort at that point and seem to have eased away from San Diego Canoe and Kayak, North Dakota and Marin. They essentially seem to be in echelon across the course by their lanes. Sammamish obviously from Lake Sammamish in the eastern suburbs of the greater Seattle area. And they
located just across the river from the best dog park in the eastern suburbs of Seattle, which I know well.
Clearly. So we have a little bit of wind going on here and on the course. Makes for a little bit of challenging rowing with the waves and the steering.
And some Amish, studied. They put in a very, very solid third 500, which established their lead at this point. But they're not moving away from the rest of the other crews. All the crews are essentially maintaining their distance on each other. And I suspect that their relative positions at this point may well have been established during the second 500 when they moved into the relative shelter of Vacation Island. But it's going to be very tight between San Diego Canoe and Kayak in lane 2 and North Dakota, because North Dakota are pressing very hard on them. And again, we have a situation where a ding-dong battle between two crews further back in the race is pushing them on to the crew in the lead, which is some Amish.
Still a good group, not a clear amount of open water here, but some Amish does have open water in their progress. Looks like San Diego Crew and Kayak is solid second place. So
yes, there was a real challenge coming to San Diego Canoe and Kayak from North Dakota, but San Diego Canoe and Kayak seem to have held that challenge. And as they come down towards the line, it is about a quarter of a length of open water on San Diego Canoe and Kayak, who have about 3/4 of a length over North Dakota, who have about 1/8 of a length of clear water over, which is Marin.
So we've only got a few more races left. Sadly, those guys are not going to get much time to get back to the beer tent to watch the last of the racing, are they? But we do encourage you all to take advantage of that. Come and watch the finish line from the Stone Brewing beer tent. And definitely stay and see the rest of the racing today. So next up, we have...
N&D Sports has been a merchandise provider for the Super Bowl for over 20 years. Now they're here at the Crew Classic. Check out all their great products at the merchandise tent. Reduce stress, try Reiki, guided imagery, and more at the Cushman Wellness Center. Visit sharp.com/Cushman. The San Diego Crew Classic would like to thank the David C. Copley Foundation for their continued support of rowing and this event. Shimano, designed to dominate. Shimano Rowing Dynamics combines the use of a rigid sole shoe and a pivoting foot stretcher to improve power transfer for rowers. Zlack. Zlack Rowing Club has provided a social focal point for its members and the community since 1892. Tradition and lifelong friendships kept alive by the dynamic women drawn to Zlack make the club a unique organization. Zlack Rowing Club not only offers commitment and dedication to the sport of rowing, but it also opens its doors to the community. The club offers learn to row opportunities periodically throughout the year for both girls and adult women. Lang & Brown CPAs. The San Diego Crew Classic would like to thank our media partners for helping make the 43rd Regatta another successful event for San Diego. So supported by Mission Bay Yacht Club, Lang & Brown CPAs, Classic Party Rentals, and the Union Tribune San Diego.
Yeah, once again, thank you to all the sponsors who make the Crew Classic possible year in, year out. Please do your best to appreciate all the folks that are sponsoring this event here. So we now have the next race at the stake boats. This is a men's master D category, rowers age 50 to 54, straight to final. and we have 6 boats in this event. We have a USC alumni boat in lane 1, Sagatuck in lane 2, Marin Masters in lane 3, Potomac in lane 4, and then our local San Diego Rowing Club with Will Foss in the stroke position in lane 5, and Casitas in lane 6. And they are off, and they all had a good clean start.
So this is the Men's Masters D final. In lane 1, an alumni boat for the University of San Diego, although one suspects that there may actually be 1 or 2 non-alumni in that boat, but it's a Masters event, so it really doesn't matter. Saugatuck, Marin, Potomac from the Washington, D.C. area, Saugatuck from Connecticut, and the local San Diego Rowing Club, and Casitas from Lake Casitas, the venue for the 1984 Olympics. And of course, if there is a groundswell of a possibility for the Los Angeles Olympic bid in 2024, we'll of course be looking for a rowing venue in the Southern California area for that. So as we come up to the 500-meter mark, it looks as though you could throw a blanket across the whole field and cover them all. The only crew that seems to have fallen off the pace just a little bit is the crew from Casitas in their distinctive green boat. But as they come through the 500-meter mark, it looks as though it is USD alumni being tracked by Saugatuck, Marin, Potomac, and San Diego Rowing Club, all within contact of each other.
Yeah, that looks pretty much the lineup. USD alumni, 1, Sagatuck, then Marin, and then Potomac.
But each one of those boats is overlapping the other, so it's not possible to actually see any clear water from a side view at the 500-meter mark. Going to Shen. Everybody's in touch with everybody else. No one's willing to give up. This is going to be a battle of inches. On the boat, can they use the boat run to move on another crew? Can they keep it efficient?
So with this kind of masters rowing, you have folks that have been doing this for a number of years, rowing together or in some different combination of boats, but pretty much rowing against the people they've been rowing against for years and years and years. So a lot of interesting outcomes around this, and always a lot of passion and heat and effort and preparation going into this really challenging race for Masters.
And it looks as though the USD alumni boat, Saugatuck and Marin, who, again, as I say, you could throw a blanket over, have achieved a little bit of clear water separation over Potomac, who in turn have some clear water separation over San Diego Rowing Club, who in turn have clear water separation over Casitas. So the race is starting to break apart at the 1,000-meter mark, but it is very, very tight between those top 3 at the moment, USD alumni, Saugatuck and Marin.
And yeah, as you can imagine, this is about the only race that Masters will do over the 2,000 meters. So it's pretty tough for Masters to be at full power for the full 2,000 meters. Most Masters racing is done just over 1,000 meters for the sprints. And then, of course, the head race is at 5,000 meters. So this is probably one of the few times that these guys will be out there doing 2,000-meter pieces. And it's always tougher than it used to be every year.
So, and in lane 1, the crew from USD Alumni just seemed to have a little bit of the trouble in the middle of that 500. There was a little bit of water flying around at one point there off their oars. They seem to have righted the ship though, and they seem to have established a bit of a lead at this point. I say a bit because I don't think it's much.
No, they're being challenged by Marin in lane 3, and be interesting to see how they do coming down here.
Yeah, we'll see how the parallax view unwinds, but I would say that there's not a whole heck of a lot between these three crews.
Right.
If anything, Marin have eased up to USD Alumni, but Saugatuck have definitely not gone away, and with a inspired sprint at the end could bring it right back up to those two crews. And Potomac are coming strong on the outside as well. Potomac we thought had been dropped by these three crews, but they're coming back into the mix again.
Yeah, it looks like Marin have the lead on this, followed by the UC Alumni boat, then Saugatuck, and then Potomac. And then trailing behind them we have Casitas and San Diego.
So as we come down to the 250 meters to go mark, I would say, oh gosh, it is tight. I think that Marin have just got their bow ball in front, but USD Alumni have taken it up again. This is another race which could come down literally to who manages to get their bow ball in front.
It's the USD Alumni boat in front right now.
Yep, they've taken the lead back again. They've upped the rating and taken the lead back. And they are both being chased hard by Saugatuck. So as they come down to the line, very tight. And anything we call will be entirely unofficial, but it looks as though, oh my.
Yeah, Tony's close.
I think the USD Alumni might just have squeezed that over Marin, with Saugatuck in third. Potomac, who were right in there and came back very strongly over the last 750 meters, in fourth. And Casitas have got by San Diego Rowing Club for that fifth place. They had an epic battle on the course, those two crews, all the way down.
Yeah, a couple of good friends in that USD Alumni boat, Jaime B and Milosh. Also good to see them working hard and doing well. Okay, so next race on the course will be the women's version of that race.
So we just got the finish coming up on the big screen of that last race.
Okay.
And of course it's not the buoys, so I think USD Alumni just squeezed it. We don't have a line on the screen, but as best we can tell, oh my, that might even have been a dead heat. We'll leave that one to the judges.
Exciting race. Okay, so as I was about to say, the next race coming up is the women's version of that. So we have the Women's Masters D final. And we have 7 boats lining up here at the stake boats ready to go. Marin in lane 1, Newport in lane 2, Long Beach in lane 3, San Diego in lane 4, Seabase Rowing in lane 5, Don Rowing in lane 6, and Mile High in lane 7. And they're off. Looks like Marin had a good start there. Early to tell, though.
Not unexpectedly, as our age groups ascend, and as you watch the big screen, you're going to see that there is a steadier rating in these higher age groups. It's to be expected. It doesn't in any way detract from the intensity of the racing involved. It's just a function of age. So the very spectacularly behatted Newport Aquatic Centre crew in their fluorescent pink hats in lane 2. Marin, always a very strong Masters program. You know, it's a feature of Masters rowing that there tends to be generations of rowers who move through the age groups together and have a tendency to dominate the age group when they move into the next one. And you know, this is obviously one where Marin have been very strong for a number of years. You know, they were strong in B, they were strong in C, and now they're strong in D.
You put together a competitive group that's as young as possible within the age category. So when you move from one age category to the next, that's going to be an opportunity to take the lead on in the other category if they haven't aged.
Masters rowing is one of those things where getting older is actually celebrated, especially when you move into a new age category as a young B or a young C or a young D, etc. So going through the 1,000 meter mark, it's Marin with open water. They have their opposition is Marin have established open water by 500, and they're being chased on the far side by, I think, San Diego Rowing Club, Seabase, and Don Rowing. Don Rowing, I believe, may actually be from Canada. From the Greater Toronto area.
And in the San Diego boat, stroked by Liz Dinsdale, another strong competitor. Lots of folks that we know there in that boat.
So coming down towards the 1,000 meter mark, it's the crew from Marin who have established an open water lead over the rest of the field. But I think their main opposition is coming from lane 4, which is, and lane 5, so from Seabase and San Diego Rowing Club. Certainly we see Marin on the big screen there, and we can see that's the Newport crew in lane 2 in their wake. And as they come down to the 1,000 meter mark, now we see on the big screen that the real challenge is coming from the far lanes, and it's coming from Don Rowing in lane 6, Seabase in lane 5, and San Diego Rowing Club in lane 4. Marin are maintaining their lead. They established the lead early in the first 500, and they've continued to build on it slowly but steadily over the course of the race. And the challenge is, in fact, coming from the lanes on the far outside. The crew in the dark uniforms on the far outside are Mile High from Colorado, and on the lane next nearest to them and next nearest to us is the Don Rowing Club from Canada, and then Seabase, and then there is a tussle going on in the middle of the race course between San Diego Rowing Club and Long Beach, with Newport trailing. But Marin are essentially rowing in a vacuum at this point. They've established their dominance early and they're maintaining it now. They'll just be pushing these releases down, keeping them strong, keeping the run on the boat.
Yeah, really nice to see Mile High and Don Rowing out there in lane 6 and 7 in these pretty breezy conditions out there. Pretty choppy water, but definitely giving the rest of the field a run for their money there. Nice battle there going right now between Mile High and Don Rowing.
Yep. I don't think this is going to be one of those races where the battle for second pushes them onto the leading crew, because there's just too much race course between them for that to be a real factor here. But it is going to be a very, very tight finish between Mile High and Don Rowing Club out on the far side in lanes. Oh, dear gosh.
A bit of a mishap there with
Mile High. Mile High came to a screaming halt, had a real upset, and Don Rowing Club have slipped past them. They came to an almost complete stop, Mile High. Something happened.
Yeah, you could see a lot of splashing going on. Looked like some of the rowers there got caught in some of the rough conditions, caught a crab, but they recovered, and they're back in it.
And they're pushing back up.
Yeah, they're still racing and
moving.
Definitely pushing Don Rowing there.
You know, sometimes the only way to recover from a mishap like that is to go, okay, everybody come forward, racing start, let's go.
So less than 200 meters for Marin. Couple of lengths of open water, followed by Don and Mile High.
So as we come down to the line, Marin Rowing Club, they've been the start to finish leaders of this race. But over on the far side, with more interest, is whether or not Mile High can recover from that mishap and come back.
I don't think so. I think Don Rowing is going to be in good shape there. Looks like Seabase is going to be fourth.
And then quite a tussle happening here between San Diego Rowing Club, Long Beach and Newport. The San Diego Rowing Club have the advantage at this point, and they're just keeping about 3 to 4 seats ahead of Long Beach, and Newport are just overlapping Long Beach, I'd say, as they come down to the line. So unofficially, it's going to be Marin, followed by Don, followed by Mile High, Seabase, San Diego, Long Beach, and Newport. And the succeeding race is already past the 1,000 meter mark. And the race behind that has just left the start line. So we actually have 3 races on the race course for a moment there. And the next race up, Graham, is...
So the next race up is the E final for the men's Masters E. Last 2 races of the day, E category races. So this is in the 55 to 59 the age category 55 to 59, and favorite Cambridge in lane 1, Rocky Mountain in lane 2, Marin in lane 3, Chinook, the men's crew from Chinook in lane 4, Ken Mitchell, always a fierce competitor here in lane 5, Saugatuck in lane 6, and Marietta freshman 76, a alumni crew in lane 7. So full field for the men's Masters E final.
And as we come down towards the 500 to go mark, it is Cambridge in lane 1 who have an advantage over, I suspect, out in lane 5, Kent Mitchell in the white shirts, who are being in turn pressed by Rocky Mountain in lane 2 and Chinook in lane 3, with at this point Marin trailing in 5th, Saugatuck in 6th, and Marietta freshman of 1976 in 7th. This is going to be a hard tussle between Cambridge, who have won, I believe, defending champions, if memory serves, but they're being pressed hard.
Ken Mitchell looking pretty strong there. Very close.
Yes, very close. I think Cambridge just got their bow ball across the last set of buoys. Yes, they did, and they've taken it up.
And then there's a good battle here between Chinook and Rocky Mountain. Looks like Rocky Mountain ahead but Chinook working hard there for that third spot. But Cambridge and Kent Mitchell looking strong.
These two have seen each other before. They know what they're both all about. And as we come down to the line, it's going to be a very tight finish, but I think Cambridge might just have done enough to keep their bow ball in front. Or have they? So coming down to the line. Oh, my, no, I think Kent Mitchell got it.
That's a close one. That's a close one.
I think Kent Mitchell took it in the last 200 meters.
And similarly, we've got another battle here with...
and I think Rocky Mountain got there just ahead of Chinook.
Just got ahead of Chinook, yeah.
All our comments are, of course, entirely unofficial. The official results are decided by the judges on the finish line.
But there's Marin coming through now. And then last two boats in the field, Saugatuck and Marietta Freshman. So very nice rowing for these athletes. Still competing, still working hard, training hard for this event every year. And now we're moving up. We have last competitive race of the Crew Classic is the women's version, the women's Masters E Final. And we have 6 boats in this with Chinook, previous year's winner in lane 1, Conabare in lane 2, Los Gatos in lane 3, Sammamish in lane 4, Long Beach in lane 5, and Lake Union in lane 6.
So again, 3 crews from the greater Seattle area, Conabare, Sammamish, and Lake Union, and Long Beach representing Southern California, Los Gatos, Northern California, in what should be a good... They are approaching, they've just gone through the 500 meter mark.
So let's enjoy this last race of the day. It's pretty windy, rough conditions out there, but these crews are out there doing their best. Expect Chinook to do well in lane 1, but always competitive with Conabare, Los Gatos, and Sammamish. Not to rule out Long Beach and Lake Union, always capable of putting together pretty good crews.
And I would say that Chinook have an advantage at this point. I think they've probably established an open water lead over their competitors from Conabare in lane 2. Looking across the race course, Los Gatos seem to have dropped off the pace, and on the far side of the race course the challenge seems to be coming from Sammamish with a sharp competition happening out the far side between Long Beach and Lake Union. But as they come down to the 1,000 meter mark, it's very close. Sorry, the view, it's actually the crew leading. Is Conabare.
Well, no, they're second.
Oh, sorry.
Chinook had a lot of open water ahead of them, yeah.
Oh, okay.
You didn't see them in that view.
Oh, got it. So we're flipping between what we can see on the race course and what we can see on the big screen. So it is Chinook with a big lead, and it's Los Gatos over Conabare for second place. It is Chinook in the lead, and it looks as though it may be Conabare and
Sammamish.
Sammamish, who are duking it out for second place. They're separated by a lane which is occupied by the Los Gatos crew, which is quite a way back.
And then maybe Lake Union in third place, perhaps? On the outside?
On the outside, I think they're duking it out for third place, but I think that essentially Conabare and Sammamish have broken contact with Lake Union at this point. So as we come to the 500 meters to go, it's Chinook and then tight for second between Conabare and Sammamish. Lake Union in fourth, just ahead of Long Beach.
Yeah, I think Sammamish have it.
And Los Gatos bringing up the rear.
Yeah, I think Sammamish have it in second place over Conabare. Chinook solid in the nearest lane to us. Open water ahead of the rest of the field. So please come and give these women a strong round of support and enthusiasm as they come down. Last 300 or 400 meters of the race. Let's finish off the Crew Classic with great support for these women racers.
So as we come down towards the final 250 meters, it's Chinook in lane one with a clear lead. It's still a little bit on for second place between Conabare and Sammamish. Sammamish looked to have this well under control, and they're hitting the buoy line now, so they've probably got about half a boat length. Maybe a bit more over Conabare. So coming down to the line, Chinook.
Yeah, Chinook looking great. Sammamish fighting off a challenge there.
Yeah, Sammamish have established their separation from Conabare. It'll be Sammamish second, Conabare third. Out on the far side, the Lake Union crew, who have been tracked all the way down the race course by the Long Beach crew in fifth. And then Los Gatos will have the honor of being the last crew on the race course at the 2016 San Diego Crew Classic.
Well, I'd really like to thank everybody who stayed here to see the final race of the day. It's been a great weekend's worth of racing, and I've had a great time. I'm sure you have too.
So we do have some additional events taking place at the conclusion of the rowing part of the regatta. We have the ROAC Challenge, which is a race between four-person kayaks called a K4. And some rowing crews. I see the K4s out there.
Yeah.
I don't see the rowing crews they might be racing yet.
Yeah, they're supposed to be doing a shortened course. Looks like there's two of the four-man kayaks that are actually racing right now.
Right, they're just doing a practice
Maybe
start.
that's just practice start. They're going to do a 500-meter piece, I think.
And then I believe there's something called the Myrmidon Challenge, which is going to be taking place as well.
What's that?
I believe it is developed from SEAL training. It's competitions in SEAL training involving stand-up paddle boards and rubber duckies and another form of aquatic transport, not sure which.
Sounds like fun.
So it appears that we have two kayaks, K4s from the San Diego Canoe and Kayak team lining up at the 250-meter mark. This is the biggest boat class in Olympic kayak paddling. The Olympic kayaking and canoeing regatta will be taking place on the same race course in Rio de Janeiro as the rowing, the Lagoa de Freitas. Right underneath the Corcovado, the Cristo Redentor. And they're off. So this is a K4 race between two teams from the San Diego Canoe and Kayak team based at the San Diego Youth Aquatic Center on Fiesta Island. You'll often come across them paddling in the Tecolote Inlet.
So this is a mixed race, 2 men, 2 women in each crew.
That's right. These are fledgling, either junior national team members or been on national teams. Very tight race. As you can see, these are fast and furious, these boats, and a hell of a lot of fun to paddle in, as I know from personal experience. So very tight finish. They're coming to the line. Oof, very tight.
So it looks like all the referee launches are coming into dock and wrapping up the event, all the events for the Crew Classic.
And it looks like the crew, stroked by Jonathan Espinosa, just took out the race from his clubmates. There's Jonathan. He's a scholarship student for canoe and kayak at Point Loma Nazarene University. Okay, on the Jumbotron in a moment, you're going to see all the trophy winners from today's events.